My Lords, second reading of the National Security State Threats Bill. Lord Hanson of Flint.
My Lords, I beg to move the bill be now read a second time. It is my pleasure to open this debate on what is a vital bill, and I would like to first of all reiterate the importance of this bill and what it will achieve. I'm also pleased, if I may say so, to have had an opportunity to discuss with a number of noble lords outside of the chamber the content, direction and purpose of the bill, and I'm very happy between now and future stages next week, if members wish to have further discussions as well. State threats are overt or covert actions by foreign governments that fall below armed conflict but go beyond legitimate diplomacy to harm UK interests. They present a persistent and evolving risk to the United Kingdom and indeed our allies, manifesting across a wide spectrum of activity, including interference in democratic processes, acquisition of sensitive information, threats to public safety, and disruption of economic security. Noble Lords will know that certain states have both the intent and capability to conduct such activity to advance their objectives. This activity is often opportunistic, adaptive, increasingly integrated across multiple domains and combining physical, cyber, economic and information tools. The threats are both evolving and enduring, and our legislation must keep pace. Now, in December 2024, the former Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, commissioned Jonathan Hall KC in his capacity as the independent review of state threats legislation to conduct a review into the tools available in terrorism legislation and how they may be applied to the problem of state threats. I want to place on record, on behalf of this House now, our thanks to Jonathan Hall KC for his work. He proposed that we should legislate to create a state threats power equivalent to prescription under the Terrorism Act 2000. Our noble lords will be aware of those powers, as we have within the last year designated a number of organisations under that Act. This bill delivers on that proposal. The bill will strengthen the government's ability to disrupt hostile intelligence services and their proxies by adapting counter-terrorism tools to tackle state-based security threats to the UK. The bill will create a new power for the Secretary of State, in this case the Home Secretary, to designate organisations involved in foreign power threat activity modelled on prescription under the Terrorism Act 2000. It introduces new criminal offences of supporting, assisting or obtaining benefits from designated bodies, and the bill will enable proxy organisations to be treated in practice like foreign intelligence services, making it easier to prosecute those acting on their behalf. The bill will strengthen the overall national security framework so that the United Kingdom becomes more difficult in terms of an operating environment for foreign intelligence services and those state-linked proxies. Individuals acting for a designated body will feel the full force of our national security legislation and the accompanying sentences, some of which will carry a life sentence. And designation will send a clear public signal to designated bodies that those prepared to assist them in their malign behaviour will not be tolerated. Now, my Lords, in developing this legislation, we've worked closely with the police and with the security and intelligence agencies. It has been a year in gestation, and I know from question time, from statements and from others that noble lords will feel that has been too long. But this vital legislation is important, and it's important to get it right. The bill gives our operational partners the powers they need, and it does so in a way that reflects the differences between state and non-state actors. Jonathan Hall has himself said of the bill, and I quote, "It does the job." The bill has come to us this week from the House of Commons, and I know that there has been debate in the House of Commons regarding some of the provisions in the bill. I would like to, if I may, just use this second reading opening speech to address why I think the bill is the right thing to do and to address some of the comments around the bill as a whole. There has been debate in the House of Commons regarding possible amendments to the bill. I want to assure people across this House that such amendments are not necessary and that the bill as drafted is one that does the job required. If the bill is to exercise through the government the powers in this bill promptly, a swift but thoroughly scrutinised passage through this House will, I suggest, prove beneficial. I would like to provide noble lords with reassurances today to enable that passage to take place. There are 3 points I particularly want to address, if I may, around the bill as currently drafted. The first is the prohibited purpose test, which is applied to the support offence at Clause 2 of the bill. The bill makes it an offence to express support for a designated body, including arranging a meeting to be addressed by a member of a designated body where that support is for a prohibited purpose. Clause 2 goes on to define prohibited purpose as a purpose that is prejudicial to the safety and interests of the United Kingdom. Now, we've had some comment around that to date from members, both in discussions I've had and also in the House of Commons. And there has been suggestions that the prohibited purpose test should be removed from the bill on the basis that no such a test applies to the support offences in the Terrorism Act. That, I would suggest, is to understand the differences between state entities and terror organisations. While prescription under the Terrorism Act aims to ban the existence of an organisation, that cannot and must not be the case with this bill. Because even where there is a state entity presenting a threat to the UK, there will still be cases where there are legitimate reasons for engaging with that entity. Indeed, such engagement will often be by the UK's interest as a whole, through British diplomats or NGOs doing vital work on conflict resolution or to deliver humanitarian aid. My Lord, the reason that we have that prohibited purpose test and to remove it would be to criminalise such activity. There's also been some discussion, I would suggest, around the issues in the bill that it does not go far enough to criminalise individuals who provide assistance to designated bodies in relation to overseas activities. The new Section 17B of the bill makes it an offence to provide such assistance where the activity undertaken is prejudicial to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. And I would suggest that although there has been discussion around this in both the House of Commons and in formal discussions I've had, it will mean that an individual in the UK who is assisting a designated body in hostile activities towards an ally with a recognisable adverse effect on the UK would commit a crime under the legislation before the bill today. The bill does not extend the UK's criminal jurisdiction over all other acts anywhere in the world, irrespective of whether they affect the UK. It's an important principle of international law that there are reasonable limits to that jurisdiction, but where activities are contrary to our interests, this offence will bite. And it's in line with the equivalent offences in the National Security Act. My Lords, if we were to go further, we would not only go beyond what our operational partners have asked for, we would also push the limits of international law. I suggest the bill has the balance right on these issues. And thirdly, there has been some comment and discussion in Parliament and also outside in relation to the debate of so-called self-directed acts. That is to say, acts that are inspired by state threat actors but not directed by them. I would like again to assure noble lords that such acts are caught within the offences in the bill, and specifically the offence at new section 17B of providing material assistance to a designated body requires that a person intends their actions to assist that body. They do not have to be tasked or directed by the body for which they are working for the offence to apply. New section 33B also introduces the designated body condition of the National Security Act. This means that where a person acts with the intention to benefit a designated body, they may also engage the offences under that Act. This includes offences like obtaining or disclosing protected information and sabotage, which both carry life sentences. And again, this does not need any tasking from the designated body, and I hope that helps support the concerns that noble lords have had, but also removes any doubt in the minds of noble lords. I also, if I may say so, I know that there has been a considerable discussion around specific bodies that might or might not be designated by this Act. And I know, and I did notice an amendment in the House of Commons to prescribe the IRGC directly. And I've had a lot of pressure on that in this House as well. There have been calls for the government to commit to designating Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I hope again I can explain to noble lords today, while this bill is discussed, I cannot give that commitment today. The powers in this bill are vital ones. Their exercise will have profound implications for the UK's foreign policy and our national security, and it's right that Parliament should set the legal framework for the use of those powers, and it is right, as the bill provides, that Parliament will be asked to endorse their use through the affirmative procedure. But it's also right that it should be for the Secretary of State, on the advice of expert evidence, and in some cases sensitive intelligence, to determine whether the use of these powers is necessary. So I will not preempt decisions today that have yet to be taken in relation to a law that has yet to be passed. But I will give, I hope, the House a cast-iron assurance that where the Secretary of State judges it necessary, she will use these powers if they receive royal assent, and she will not hesitate to do so. And I'm confident that noble lords will hold me to account on that point. The sooner this bill is on the statute books, the sooner the powers within it can be used, and this bill remains a vehicle for the Home Secretary to determine whether a State Threat Power Act designation is required on any particular body post-royal assent. There is, I suggest to the House, and again we've had some discussion around this in the discussion in Parliament as a whole, about why the speed on this. I would suggest the Government is committed to a fast track on this bill. That commitment reflects the urgent need to close a legislative gap. It also reflects the interest in this House and in our society of ensuring government has the powers to deal with those state entities that threaten our national security. It was in response to a series of heinous anti-Semitic arson attacks in North London that the Prime Minister again committed to bring this bill forward within weeks. We have put it in the gracious speech in May, and we brought this forward in both houses at the earliest opportunity, and I want to see this bill passed by both houses at the earliest opportunity so that we can get on with examining the requirements of using these powers as appropriate. In our manifesto, we committed to take the approach used for dealing with terrorism and adapted to deal with state-based security threats. So this bill also fulfills a manifesto commitment, and it does just that. Ultimately, at stake is the purpose we're all sent here to advance. The most important thing that we can do as a government and as a parliament is to ensure that the security of our nation is secure, and also all who live within it. I want to pay tribute to the men and women of our police and security services. Their work could not matter more, particularly at this dangerous time. But as well as thanking them, we must support them to tackle the threats we face in a dangerous and uncertain world. And to give that support, we need to equip them with new and necessary powers which are within this legislation. There is a wealth of experience across this House, I know, but I look forward to further scrutiny if we have second reading approved that noble lords will provide both today and, I hope, next week. I know that we have a strong list of speakers today who will provide that fruitful debate, but I would suggest to the House that the urgency of our national security demands this bill be passed, and giving the Home Secretary the powers to again make assessments and use these powers at the earliest opportunity where those threats exist. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, I will begin by welcoming, I could say at long last, the Government's decision to bring this legislation forward. I say at long last advisedly and not as mere partisan point scoring. This House will recall that the opposition pressed the Government on no fewer than 3 separate occasions during the passage of the Crime and Policing Bill in the previous session to prescribe the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. On 3 occasions, the House voted in favour of our amendments. On 3 occasions, the Government voted against them. Ministers resisted, delayed and demurred until, ultimately, the weight of public pressure, the urging of the Jewish community and the reality of what is happening on our streets became impossible to ignore. The Prime Minister made his announcement, and here we are. We do not begrudge the Government for their change of position. We welcome it. The direction of travel is right, and this side of the House wants to see the bill pass, but the circumstances of its arrival matter. because they help explain the deficiencies in the bill as drafted. And this legislation draws directly from the recommendations of Jonathan Hall, KC, the Independent Reviewer of Terrorism legislation, whose report was published 14 months ago. That's 14 months. And yet we are now told that this is so urgent the government will not consider any amendments, which is highly disappointing given the bill before us today contains gaps that, if not rectified, risk rendering its central purpose unenforceable. And I will come to those in a moment. First, we must be frank about the threat we face. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is a distinct threat. It is an organisation that has been active on British soil, targeting British citizens and funding terrorism across the world. In October 2024, Ken McCullum, the Director General of the Security Service, said MI5 and the police had responded to 20 Iran-backed plots since January 2022 involving potentially lethal threats to British citizens. In May 2025, 3 Iranian men were charged under the National Security Act after a major counter-terrorism investigation, and prosecutors said one of the men had carried out surveillance, reconnaissance and online research with the aim of committing serious violence against a person in Britain. And in March of this year, we saw the horrific arson attack on Jewish ambulances in Golders Green, responsibility for which was claimed by an Iran-aligned group. The IRGC funnels billions of dollars to terrorist proxies worldwide. It gifts rockets and advanced weaponry to Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthis. It manages thousands of fighters operating across multiple continents. And it coordinates assassinations, kidnapping and sabotage operations, including here in the United Kingdom. So it is entirely right, therefore, that the law should treat association with and support of the IRGC as a criminal matter. And that is what this bill sets out to do, and that is why we support its intentions. But good intentions, poorly executed, create only the illusion of security, and I must be candid with the House. As drafted, this bill contains at least 4 significant vulnerabilities that we believe must be addressed before it leaves this place. The first is the prohibited purpose requirement. Clause 2 of the bill is modelled on Section 12 of the Terrorism Act 2000, which is the provision that makes it an offence to invite support for a prescribed terrorist organisation. But the government have introduced an additional element that does not appear in the Terrorism Act, a requirement that the support be given for a prohibited purpose, defined as conduct prejudicial to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. So I asked the Minister a simple question, and I hope he will answer it directly. What form of support for the IRGC does the government consider to be beneficial to the United Kingdom? What type of assistance to the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism could possibly be regarded as in our national interest? If the answer is none, and it self-evidently must be none, then I ask why this additional evidential standard exists at all. What this provision creates in practice is a perverse hierarchy of culpability. Under this bill as drafted, a prosecution against an individual for supporting the IRGC would require proof that their support was prejudicial to the United Kingdom. But if that same individual was supporting one of the IRGC's terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah or the Houthis, they would face a lower bar of prosecution under existing terrorism legislation. The organisation responsible for inspiring, organising, arming and financing those groups would receive greater legal protection than the groups themselves. That cannot be the government's intention. I do hope the Minister will perhaps listen and bring his own amendment to this effect. If not, then I most certainly will. The second concern relates to omission of provisions on uniforms and insignia. Under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act 2000, as amended by the Counter-Terrorism and Border Security Act 2019, it is an offence to display in a public place any item of clothing or any article in such a way as to arouse reasonable suspicion that the person is a member or supporter of a prescribed organisation. It is also an offence to publish an image of such an article or item of clothing. That is the provision used to remove Hamas flags from our streets and to seize Hezbollah insignia. The bill contains no equivalent provision whatsoever. If the IRGC is designated under this legislation, its symbols, its insignia, its flags could be displayed openly in public with complete legal impunity. There is a gap so obvious and so damaging to public confidence in the legislation that its presence in the bill is difficult to explain. Now, I believe the government is of the view that this would somehow be inappropriate for this legislation. I wholly disagree. The bill will only apply to a UK person. So we are not trying to ban Iranians displaying such insignia in Iran. Of course, we cannot do that. But why should anyone be permitted to wave the flag or wear the uniform in the United Kingdom of an organisation which we have deemed to be a threat worthy of designation under this legislation? The third gap relates to the dissemination of publications and materials. Since 2006, it has been an offence under the Terrorism Act to disseminate terrorist publications that encourage, glorify, or provide practical assistance for acts of terrorism. That standard has been part of our counter-terrorism framework for nearly 2 decades. This bill makes no equivalent provision for designated hostile state bodies. Materials promoting, glorifying, or facilitating the activities of designated groups could be distributed without triggering criminal liability. This is not a minor technical omission, it's a failure to apply a basic and well-established standard of counter-terrorism law to a new category of threat. The fourth and final concern is the absence of a preparatory conduct offence. This bill, as currently drafted, captures those who assist, support or receive money from a designated group. It does not capture those who are in the process of planning to do so. Section 5 of the Terrorism Act 2006 addresses this gap in the terrorism context, making clear that preparation of a terrorist action is itself an offence. By the time someone has completed an act of support for a terrorist organisation, the damage may already be done. Catching people in the preparatory stages is operationally essential for our security services. So as the bill stands, an individual who has taken concrete steps towards assisting the IRGC cannot be prosecuted unless and until the act itself is complete. They cannot be prosecuted for those acts because preparatory acts are not covered by any of the offences in the bill. That is a vulnerability we do not have in our terrorism legislation. It is a vulnerability we should not introduce here. I would like to make one final point. I've read Hansard and looked at the response from the new Security Minister to my honourable friend Alyssa Kearns in the other place, and I must say I found it wanting. The Security Minister said, and I quote, "There are a couple of themes that run through my response to the honourable lady's amendments. The first is that it is not possible to treat a state body the same as a terrorist organisation, because one cannot abolish a state body." End of quote. This argument does not stand. Prescription does not abolish a terrorist group. Hamas is a proscribed group in the United Kingdom, and yet we all know they still exist in the Middle East. Daesh was not defeated because the British government had proscribed them. Would anyone argue that Palestine Action does not exist now that it has been proscribed? And the purpose of prescription is not to abolish a group, but to degrade their ability to operate in the United Kingdom by prohibiting all forms of association with and support for that group. That is precisely what the government says it intends to do with designation under this bill. So the reality is that prescription and designation really are not as different as the Minister would have us believe. And given that was the government's main justification for rejecting my honourable friend's amendments last week, I hope they will rethink their objections. My Lords, the rushed nature of the bill's drafting is, I regret to say, visible in the face of the legislation. When a government spends months resisting legislation, then reverses course under political pressure and moves quickly to announce a bill, the risk of corners being cut is very real, and we see the evidence of that here. None of our concerns are insurmountable. They are, in each case, amendments that would bring this legislation into conformity with the counter-terrorism framework and its explicitly based upon. And as I've just outlined, there is no reason why this should not happen. The threat from the IRGC and indeed other state-linked groups is present, documented and ongoing. The House has an obligation to ensure that when legislation is passed in response to that threat, it is legislation that works, that it is watertight, that it is enforceable, and that it does not permit those who support one of the world's most dangerous organisations to slip through its gaps. We support this bill. We want to see it on our statute book, but we will not allow the urgency of the cause to excuse the inadequacy of the drafting. We will table amendments in committee, and we look forward to constructive engagement with ministers.
My Lords, the Liberal Democrats support the principles of this bill. We've been clear that we want this legislation on the statute books also, and we will not seek to hold it up. We fully recognise the unprecedented security challenges we face, confronting more serious and less predictable threats than at any time since the Cold War. In 2025 alone, MI5 reported a 35% increase in state threat activity on the previous year, including more than 20 Iran-backed plots to kidnap or kill on British soil. We are in accord with the government. This activity must be stopped. However, while we will not obstruct this bill, our support is not a blank cheque for lawmaking. The bill was introduced in just 13 days ago and rushed through the other place in less than 6 hours. That begs the question, why did it take 14 months to act on recommendations from Jonathan Hall KC, which were accepted in full in May 2025? To ask this House to deliver a watertight defence in a single afternoon is a tall order and risks the bill being seen as a rapid answer rather than a complete answer. Such accelerated progress risks important areas not being properly covered or provisions having unintended consequences. Good legislation also involves scrutiny and input from outside Parliament. The media and experts from a wide range of professional fields are normally critical in improving a bill. However, the speed of this bill's passage runs a real risk that much needed external scrutiny will be missed. This bill addresses a critical gap. Looking to existing terrorism laws to deal with state organs was, in the words of the independent reviewer, shopping in the wrong department. By creating a power to designate bodies involved in foreign power threat activity, this bill creates the right tool to penalise the proxies and hired guns that foreign powers use to carry out sabotage on UK soil. The litmus test for this bill will be the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. My noble friend Lord Marx has constantly argued that if the IRGC were not in power in Tehran, it would be universally recognised as a terrorist organisation. Yet, as drafted, this bill is gentler on the IRGC than our laws are on the terrorists they fund. We must also ensure these powers have teeth in the global financial system. My noble friend Lord Purvis noted on the 11th of June that these groups operate through complex commercial, financial and now digital trade routes. We must use this bill to trigger robust investigations by Companies House and the Financial Reporting Council to unmask front companies and starve designated organisations of UK origin funds. However, I remain a bit concerned by the Minister's comment that a UK connection of some sort is required for designation. In an era of digital interference, where state-backed proxies can target our citizens and sabotage our interests from behind a screen thousands of miles away, we must ensure this requirement does not become a loophole. We need an assurance that this bill is equipped for the era of digital interference, ensuring that hostile actors cannot evade designation simply by operating entirely from abroad via digital means. We must also listen to the International Committee of the Red Cross and the International Development Committee. They warn that Section 17B is so broad it could unintentionally criminalise impartial humanitarian aid. Ministerial intent is not a legal safeguard. We need an express exemption on the face of the bill for impartial humanitarian organisations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, acting in accordance with international humanitarian law. Anything less leaves our aid workers at the mercy of a 14-year prison sentence for simply delivering life-saving medicine. The Joint Committee on Human Rights has identified another trap: Clause 1 currently allows for designation without even establishing a link to a foreign power for certain acts, such as those under Section 4 of the 2023 Act. That is both too weak against our enemies and too broad for a free society. On future-proofing, the Director General of MI5 has rightly warned of the next frontier, autonomous AI systems, that may evade effective human control. The government's own AI Scenario 2030 report admits such systems could cause existential harms without intervention. I will be moving a specific amendment in committee to ensure foreign power threat activity captures the development of superintelligence AI capabilities by a foreign power. Finally, because this is a fast-track bill, we must have a 12-month statutory review of its adequacy. We also need the safeguard that any removal of a designation must be approved by votes in both houses. Parliamentary oversight must exist at the end of a designation, not just the beginning. My Lords, as I said, we will not hold this bill up, but we will seek to amend it. We are talking about individuals who actively assist hostile states to sabotage our nation. We owe the citizens and residents who are being specifically targeted by these lethal plots more than just sincere intentions. We owe them a law that holds up in the courtroom and at the border. We look forward to a rigorous, if brief, committee stage.
My Lords, I support this bill, based as it is on a proposal from my admirable successor as independent reviewer, Jonathan Hall KC. It is regrettable that this bill is being brought forward more than a year after his recommendation, yet in a manner which telescopes and truncates the debate in both houses. How much more useful and productive it would have been to have seen a draft bill, its scrutiny unrestrained by tight deadlines and positions already taken. My remarks today are aimed not at what the bill intends to do, but at the law which I'm afraid it exemplifies, the law of unintended consequences. Two of the new offences, sections 17B and 17C, have the potential to damage conflict resolution, peace building and humanitarian activity, endeavours in which this country excels, in parts of the world controlled by bodies liable to designation. I shall explain briefly why that is and how I think the problem might be resolved. I declare a non-pecuniary interest as the chair of Intermediate, an independent peacemaking charity that was founded in 2011 by Jonathan Powell, now of course the government's national security advisor. Intermediate's staff work discreetly at the highest political levels to support complex negotiations and conflict resolution in some of the most troubled parts of the world. It will not surprise noble lords to learn that work of that kind requires intensive dialogue with brutal and unpleasant regimes to whom it may be difficult or impossible for Western governments to speak. I'm also grateful to the International Committee of the Red Cross and to the various peace-building and humanitarian organisations, from Conciliation Resources to Save the Children and the Halo Trust, who have approached me with their concerns in relation to this issue. And I thank the Minister and his bill team for our discussions on this issue since the bill was published 2 weeks ago. What do I mean by the unintended consequences of this bill? Take the proposed new section 17C, which is about obtaining, accepting, agreeing to accept or retaining material benefits from a designated body. That is an offence punishable by 14 years in prison. Quite right too in the cases highlighted in the explanatory notes. A business assisting a hostile state with new military technology, or a contract criminal who knew or should have known where his fee was coming from. But material benefits are defined in section 17C3 with remarkable breadth. They include financial benefits, anything which has the potential to result in a financial benefit, and information. Taking that definition at face value, the likes of Intermediate could contravene the criminal law by accepting information from a designated body as to that body's objectives or negotiating stance. The defence of reasonable excuse in subsection 7 applies only to the retention of information. There is no such defence for agreeing to accept information or for accepting it. There is protection for public servants in subsection 8b, but not for the charities or churches who often have the reach that governments do not. Or one thinks of a charity such as the Halo Trust. Wishing to clear a minefield, it asks the IRGC, once designated, where the mines were laid. That too, on a plain reading of section 17c, would constitute the criminal offence of agreeing to accept information, though only 10 years in prison for that one. Section 17b, as the noble Baroness has said, presents similar problems. Humanitarian organisations are not usually exempt from paying taxes, duties and fees in order to establish and maintain their operations in a country or territory. For example, tax on staff salaries, import duties on aid items and visa fees. It is at least arguable that anything which swells the coffers of a designated organisation will be of material assistance to the activities of that organisation, locally or by subsection 4a in the United Kingdom. Bluntly, it helps pay for them. That legally prudent interpretation risks blunting the aid effort where it is most needed and criminalising those who would seek to provide it. The Minister, I know, will remind us that the CPS prosecutes only in cases where that is in the public interest, and that for those offences, or for these offences, the additional consent of the Attorney-General will be required. Don't worry, in other words, it may never happen. But with respect, and as anybody familiar with these sectors well knows, reliance on the wise exercise of such discretions, though important, is not a sufficient answer. Charitable trustees, I suspect there are quite a few of us in the chamber, are properly cautious about signing off on activity which could expose ourselves or our staff to the criminal law. So, to a still greater extent, are bank compliance departments, insurers, and suppliers of humanitarian aid, all essential to the activities of those operating in these fields. The experience of NGOs in conflict zones is that banks and others are highly risk-averse. Why would they take the reputational risk of getting involved with potential criminality, even if only on paper? Indeed, that is precisely why Parliament has expressly excluded those engaged in humanitarian activity from at least one comparable criminal offence, the designated area offence in section 58b of the Terrorism Act 2000. My Lords, we have a week to sort this out. The explanatory notes as they stand are not sufficient for reasons I don't have time to get into. A very clear statement from the Minister that sections 17b and 17c are not intended to operate in the way I have suggested would be a start. An explicit reference to pepper and heart could be a useful signal to prosecutors and judges. Also helpful at a more general level would be an undertaking to cooperate through the established tri-sector group, dialogue, in amending the applicable guidance, and a clear and unqualified statement that the new offences are not intended to apply to bona fide organisations engaged in conflict prevention, conflict resolution, or, in the words of the explanatory notes, humanitarian activities or support for basic human needs. These are sticking plasters, but it will take amendment to remove the chilling effect and place the matter beyond doubt. So though I shall listen with great care, as I always do, to what the Minister has to say, I fear that this is an issue to which we shall have to come back in committee.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble and learned gentleman. I very much look forward to hearing him developing those points at second reading. Let me begin directly. Legislation of this kind is long overdue. As the library briefing made clear, the character of the state, where the state is treated, has evolved over the years. It's not a criticism this legislation is necessary. It's not a criticism directly solely at this government. Successive administrations have recognised the problem with reasonable clarity, but have been slower, often slower in delivering a remedy. We identify the threat, we hesitate on the response, and we find ourselves once again playing catch-up. The bill is an attempt to close that gap. It is necessary and it is welcome. There is much that merits support: the updating of offences, the introduction of foreign influence registration scheme, the broader recognition reflected in both the library material and other briefing that hostile activity now spans a wide spectrum. It's no longer confined to classical espionage. It extends into influence operations, economic pressure, covert funding, a steady shaping of information environment. However, necessity should not be mistaken for sufficiency. My concern is that the bill, while well intended, is framed too much around the threats that we already understand rather than those that are evolving. Hostile actors adapt quickly. They learn from our frameworks and adjust their methods accordingly. If we legislate narrowly or too rigidly, we will find that the law is outpaced almost as soon as it is enacted. We cannot afford once again to legislate in arrears. The reality is that modern state threats are often indirect. They are mitigated through networks, proxies, front organisations, and aligned movements that provide distance and deniability. Influence is rarely crude. It is incremental, sustained, and frequently embedded within legitimate structures. That presents a challenge which the bill does not fully meet. In particular, it requires us to take seriously the role of transnational ideology networks that may intersect with state interests, whether formally or informally. The arguments advanced by my noble friend Lord Goodson in his recent article in The Spectator are both relevant and necessary to engage with. He draws attention to the way in which the Muslim Brotherhood operates less as a single organisation and more as a diffuse and adaptive network, a movement which affiliates bodies, overlapping structures, and a capacity to project influence across civic, educational, and political space. This strength lies not in overt confrontation, but in persistence, organisation, and reach over time. The point is not to collapse this into a simplistic category of state threat, but to recognise the boundaries between state and non-state activity is often porous, and that serious actors are adept to operating across these boundaries. Other countries have begun to engage with this reality. France and Austria, among them, have examined how such movements function, how they influence institutions, and what risks they may pose to democratic resilience over the longer term. In the United Kingdom, our approach has been more cautious, arguably too cautious, and the bill reflects this caution. It is anchored firmly in the concept of state attribution, which, understandably, has created a limitation. Its influence is exercised through networks that fall just outside the definition, then a framework confines to it overlooking a significant part of the threat. To be clear, this is not part of an argument for indiscriminate measures or broad brush conclusions. It's an argument for clarity and completeness to ensure our understanding of modern threats is sufficiently wide and our response is capable of addressing them. At present, the alignment is not yet fully achieved. This is why the next stage of the bill is so important. And as already been demonstrated in another place, there is real scope to strengthen and redefine the framework. In particular, I think it's reasonable to apply, three basic tests. First of all, flexibility. Can the bill adapt to new forms of threats without the need to repeat primary legislation? Secondly, its scope. Does it adequately capture indirect as well as direct forms of hostile influence? And thirdly, clarity. Are the definitions and mechanisms sufficiently precise to be both effective and enforceable? If the bill falls short against these tests, then amendment is not an obstruction, it's responsible lawmaking. My lords, those who seek to undermine open societies are neither static nor unsophisticated. They study our systems, identify ambiguities, and exploit gaps with consistency and patience. If our legislative response is too narrow or too cautious, it will not be enough. This bill is an important step forward, but it must also be a durable one. I believe that the bill can be improved and that we can future-proof it, widen its scope where necessary, and ensure that it addresses not only direct state action, but broader ecosystems at which influence is exercised. I think, my lords, in conclusion, our task is simple. Not to follow threat, but to get ahead of threat and to stay there.
I welcome this bill. The fact that we need it less than 3 years from the passing of the National Security Act shows, I think, and demonstrates the evolving threat which this country faces. In 2020, the Intelligence Security Committee, which I chair, published its groundbreaking Russia report. And not to just gently remind Lord Davis, it did take 3 years for the government to implement most of the recommendations of that report, including the FERS scheme. But since then, we've produced in 2023 our report on China, and in 2025 our report on Iran. All pose a threat to UK security. The playbook they use are very similar. Sabotage, cyber attack, intimidation of the diaspora, misinformation, kidnapping, assassination in some cases, all carried out across, not just in this country, but across Europe. Many examples you can find in open source material. And their strategy is not only well thought out, but it's also well funded. It's to undermine the trust in government, increase social division, weaken the rules-based order, and in Russia's case, try to limit our support for Ukraine. Now, post the attack in Salisbury, I think thanks to the efforts of our security services and our international partners, we've made the operating environment in the UK and across Europe far more difficult for these actors. And that's why they've used and gone to using proxies. And again, it's not just about acts of sabotage. There have been good examples across Europe of the shopping centres in Poland being attacked. I was in Latvia earlier this year where on a daily basis the railway system is attacked, not because it's breaking down, but the fact that people are being paid to disrupt the network. We've also seen Iran using organised crime networks across Europe to assassinate those who oppose the regime. And we've also seen close to home the example of the former deputy leader of UK Reform in Wales, Nathan Gill, who was paid by the Russians to put out a positive image of Russia, but also to undermine the West's support for Ukraine. So this is a very difficult environment for law enforcement and security services to act upon, because in many cases, for example, acts of sabotage, it might not be evident straight away that these are being supported by foreign actors. We saw, for example, the case of last year in terms of the attack on a warehouse in East London, which was being used to store supplies for Ukraine. Now, will this threat increase, and is it going away? No, it is not going away, and I would argue that it's going to increase, because I think as certainly in Russia, as Putin comes under more pressure, this is a low-risk element in terms of trying to undermine the West. Iran, we don't know what's going to happen next in terms of the fallout from the war. But again, this is a low-risk strategy for them, because they can deny involvement in many of these attacks or misinformation campaigns, whether it be, as I say, attacking warehouses in East London, or synagogues, or anti-Semitic rhetoric online. We've also got the increasing activity of the Chinese, who are targeting universities, but also looking for trade secrets, something this bill will actually take on. But will this bill be the end of it? Will that be it? No, it won't. I think we will be coming back as our adversaries react and adapt. We will have to come back to more. And I think there is an issue which the last government ignored, even though they gave a commitment to it, and that is the review of the Official Secrets Act of 1989. The problem I have with this legislation is that it's now going to be a huge disparity between 14 years for offence under this to 2 years for offence under the Official Secrets Act. It was promised in 2019, it was shelved, and I urge the government to revisit that. But it's often said democracy is fragile. It is. It's to be nurtured, and I think we've got to ensure that with this legislation, any type of legislation like this, that we get the balance right between protecting our nation and its citizens, and also the rights of individuals. Now, as chair of the ISC and a member of the ISC for the last nearly 10 years, I see the regular reporting on what's happening in terms of the attacks, not just in this country, but also across Europe. And I do think that we do need to have an honest conversation, a public conversation with people about the threats. And I think David Anderson, the recommendation in terms of the reviewer's report, when he says that statistics should be published, I think we do need to publish them, whether it's in his annual report or whether we can do it in the ISC's annual report. But I come on to the issues around designation, and reference has been made to the IRGC. This was covered in our Iran report. And yes, the current legislation wasn't fit for purpose, and I think this is a way forward. But I would also stress to individuals who are calling to have on the face of this bill the IRGC, that is not the way we need to operate, because quite clearly the position of prescription is done independent of politics, and is actually done a threat-based assessment. I think they will meet that threshold, and hopefully we can see a movement forward. I would just like to touch on what Lord Anderson said in terms of some of his concerns. I do agree with him that there are concerns there. We need to alleviate that, because it's getting this balance right between protecting our nation from harm, but also making sure that those that are doing good in the world are actually protected as well. There are instances where governments, NGOs and others do have to deal with some very nasty people. That is a fact of life, and I've got to say, and it might not be very popular in this debate, but even individuals linked to the IRGC, on occasions, NGOs and government have to be involved with them. So I think, in closing, this is a movement forward. Will it be the final say on this situation? No, it will not. This is going to be an ever-increasing issue we're going to have to come back to, and government is going to have to be agile to react to it. Just finally, can I just say thank you, like my noble friend said, to members of our security service and police who keep us safe 365 days of a year.
Yeah. Very good, Karen. Hi, Lords. It is a pleasure to speak after Lord Beamish. We have had many conversations about national security over the years, not always agreed, but he knows what he's talking about, and I agree with him on this bill. This is a necessary bill, and the sense of urgency is necessary too. The National Security Act 2023, as others have already said, was a big step forward, and I welcome the cross-party approach that we had to that and to national security matters generally. It's a huge help, including for those who we've already paid tribute to in our services, our operating partners, and the police. But threats change. Our enemies adapt, and we must respond, and we must do so at pace and not get left behind, as others have said. Now, there's already been reference to Sir Ken McCallum's comment that he saw a 35% increase in the number of individuals being investigated for involvement in state threat activity. I have to say to the House, I remember once being told off by a Prime Minister for beguilingly precise statistics. But the picture is one I recognise, including from my time as National Security Advisor and my time reading all the intelligence. So we need to respond. Now, Sir Ken, I'm sure people who know him would agree, is the sort of person who would tell you that you'd won the lottery or that your house had burnt down in the same calm professional tone. And we mustn't let that professionalism mask the reality, the day in, day out reality of what we are facing in terms of threat to this country. And that's why I support this bill. But I also support others who talk about the need for a national conversation about that threat, because we need that in order to have the basis for taking our legislations forward. So we need to respond to this evolving and increasing threat from state actors and their proxies. I commend Jonathan Hall, KC. We need to remind ourselves he's an independent reviewer, and I think all across the House there is respect and support for what he has said. He has shown us a way forward, and I commend him not least because this is really difficult, as we've already heard. We can't simply cut and paste from terrorism to state actors. And I also commend the fact that operational partners have been involved in framing this bill. And I have to say to the House, in my view, this bill would bring real and direct operational benefits. That's what it's about, and that's what we should support. My Lords, I listened with great interest to my noble friend Lord Anderson, and I, like others, have also been contacted by NGOs concerned about the effect of this legislation. I thank them for raising these concerns, and I pay tribute to them for their extraordinarily brave work in the most dangerous and difficult circumstance. Clearly, they have to engage with actors who are not at heart engaged in our best interests. But that's what it takes to operate in those places. So I thank the Noble Lord the Minister and his teams for briefings which allow some of us to raise these concerns. It is clear to me that the bill is designed to meet that challenge through the concept that offence is only committed by conduct prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK, and also there's an intent element to this as well. So legitimate humanitarian assistance would not fall foul of this test. There are other safeguards too. But I encourage the government to continue discussions with the NGOs to see if there are anything more that could be done through guidance, including the CPS. And I agree with Lord Anderson to use a tri-sector approach as well. I see Lord Carlisle listening, and I await for further legal analysis in this sector. But one thing I would say is I would not support an amendment creating an exemption, because surely that would be a loophole which our opponents would seek to use. And I think it would put the NGOs then right in a place of greater danger. But let's continue the conversation and see what we can do. My Lords, I also understand the motivation of those who called for putting a particular actor on the face of the bill, but I do not agree. In my experience, national security legislation should be as actor agnostic as possible, should create the framework through which the government can act with the best intelligence, advice, involvement, engagement with the operating partners as possible. But I do say to the noble Lord, the Minister, that if the government gets its way, as I hope they will, and fast-track this legislation successfully, then this House, and more generally, there will be an expectation of rapid action in exercising these powers with the same sense of urgency and purpose as in pursuing the bill itself. My Lords, I have one question for the noble Lord Minister, and this goes to a point the noble Baroness made about a 12-month review. Since this is a bill amending Part 1 of the National Security Act, as I read it, I understand that the independent reviewer would be required to carry out an annual review of these provisions. Could the Minister confirm that? Because I think that would allow for us to respond quickly if there are deficiencies, and they could be on either side of the debate. And indeed, it may not just be that we've got this wrong, but our opponents will move and react. So we need to know quickly if there's more we should do in this area and take it upon ourselves to respond accordingly. So I'd be very grateful to hear from the noble Lord on that. But in conclusion, my Lords, we all know that we cannot legislate away the threats to our country, but we should do what we can and as quickly as possible to try and keep pace with evolving threats. I therefore support getting this bill passed by the summer recess. I would welcome any improvements, but not to the cost of delay. Let's do what we can now. Let's do the best that we can in the time we've got available to us. And as Lord Beamish and others have said, we will for sure be coming back to this issue in the future because the threats will not go away, they will continue to evolve.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow Lord Barrow, with whose comments I agree. Like him, I welcome the bill. Also, I think, like him, I think we've been waiting quite a long time for it. It's not just, that it seems to have taken the government a long time to get going on the issue. It is that real life affects those who are at risk, notably the Jewish community. Not only the Jewish community, but certainly and definitely the Jewish community. So we do need to get on with this legislation, and I'm among those who don't support, therefore, further delay. I think that the points made by Lord Anderson, which for me introduce a new element, but one which quite clearly has real force, do require us to try and get a balance between contact with organisations of which we deeply disapprove and whose activities are malign, on the one hand, but for purposes that serve our interests and which are in the general good, and on the other, not creating loopholes by inventing, if I can put it that way, motives which would lead to the court excusing their conduct. It's not difficult to see, is it, that the defence can make it quite difficult for the prosecution to get land its point if there's an argument about motivation in the court and have to prove that was for a prohibited purpose. So I think that one of the things that we need to concentrate on in the short time we have is getting some careful drafting into the legislation to get the balance right. Well, the Minister said, and I see his point, nevertheless, the Minister said that he couldn't guarantee that this legislation would actually lead to the prescription of IRGC. Well, all I can say is, in the real world, if it doesn't lead to it, there's something very wrong. And I would expect it to see this happen. We do live, I think, in the real world and not in one which is, composed of nicer situations than actually prevail. On the prohibited purpose requirement, as I say, it is obvious that we need careful drafting. But I would also say that that applies also to the provision on prosecution of risks of people planning activities in this country for malign activity abroad. Again, it's not difficult to see that unless it's possible to get to land the point, that the defence will also have quite a good time arguing about the motive of the defence. And we mustn't, I think, get a situation when this legislation is passed that it turns out to be a great deal less effective than it should have been, because we have put into it clauses which enable the defence of these individuals actually to make a monkey, if I put it that way, of the legislation that we put in place. Finally, I think Lord Pickles made an important point about future-proofing. And I think we should try to include in this legislation individuals who are not acting in direction of, or directed by, or acting under the influence of an organisation, but who themselves are motivated to support state organisations, and then so that we can also convict them, and because they're acting themselves on their own motivation. If one looks at current terrorist activity, it's very clear that the self-motivated individual is a feature of the scene, a feature of the threat scene. So I think it's important that we should try to include people who are acting on their own authority in this legislation. It's an important bill. I support getting it through. I hope we won't do this at the expense of getting the provisions and the balance of the legislation right.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble lady who has such deep expertise in this area. I support this bill, which, as others have said, is long overdue, and draw attention to my membership on the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy, a point to which I will return. It hardly needs repeating that we live in a deeply dangerous and volatile world and face an array of rapidly evolving threats to our national security. Geopolitics is rapidly changing, and we must be ready to respond and place the national security of the country at the top of our agenda. And as we've already heard, this bill builds on the National Security Act of 2023 and is intended to strengthen the UK's ability to deter, detect and disrupt threats from foreign states and their proxies, including introducing a new power to designate bodies involved in foreign power threat activity. We've also heard that the bill follows from the review by the independent reviewer Jonathan Hall KC into whether existing terrorism powers could be used to address these state threats. Now, well over a year ago, he found that the terrorism prescription charges would not be appropriate. So instead, we have this legislation which will now designate bodies, including proxies, and be applied to bodies such as the IRGC or the Wagner Group. My lords, the geopolitical context is stark, and we must face very different threats. And we do face very different threats from Russia, from China and Iran, and we must be able to respond to them all individually. It is not a case of one size fits all. Tactics being employed include attempted and actual assassinations, cyber attacks on major British companies and institutions, Marks and Spencer's being a case in point, espionage, disinformation campaigns and foreign interference in the UK's political system. Along with other noble lords on all benches, I'm sure, I was simply appalled when it was confirmed that Russian proxies set the Prime Minister's house and car on fire. My Lords, our very democracy and the values we hold dear are under threat as never before. And shocking as that was, it is not an isolated event. We've already heard from others who've quoted the remarks of Ken McCullum, the Director General of MI5, who last year pointed out that state threats had risen by over a third and are now equal or even greater than the threat of terrorism. And back in May 2024, the Director General of the GCHQ said that the service, and I quote, devotes more resource to China than any other single mission, and that China poses a genuine and increasing cyber risk to the UK. Now, clearly, that deployment of resources is necessary, but chilling nonetheless when you consider this is a country we also try to court as an economic partner. And this twin-track approach, in my view, is fraught with danger, and I would ask the government, ask the Minister, to set out more clearly its position in relation to China. And whilst I share the concerns that have been raised across the House about rushing a bill through so quickly without adequate scrutiny, I do well understand we need to take action quickly, particularly in terms of being able to designate the IRGC, which has long been the architect of brutal domestic repression, as well as a threat to UK security and the safety of Iranian and Jewish communities across Britain. So that's the reason, but that's the reason why this legislation should have been introduced, frankly, earlier in the Parliament. So we will need to ensure that there is appropriate post-legislative scrutiny and a statutory review after 1 year, as proposed by my noble friend Baroness Ducey. My Lords, this legislation is very relevant and indeed builds on the work carried out by the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy. As a committee, we have raised concerns about the Russian state using proxy actors to commit sabotage in the UK. That was in our inquiry on the National Security Strategy, and also internet cables and landing stations, which was part of our subsea cable inquiry. I think it's also very relevant to the current inquiry we are conducting on options for punitive deterrence against Russia and trying to impose upstream costs and constraints. And I hope that the government will continue to work closely with the Joint Committee on all these issues. My Lords, I would like to finish with a few questions for the Minister. First, it is my hope that the bill will help with disrupting proxy activity, and the bill appears to reduce the need to prove a chain of connection all the way back to the intelligence services. So as long as the government can prove a link to the prescribed proxy organisation, which might be an organised crime group or some front organisation, then apparently that would facilitate a prosecution. I would be grateful if the Minister were able to assure me on that point that I have got that point correct. Secondly, the International Institute for Strategic Studies has estimated that 600 Russian officials were expelled by NATO states after Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, of which 400 are thought to be intelligence operatives. And I think, as the Noble Lord Beamish has pointed out, Russia services reportedly have adapted to using proxies, organised crime groups and freelancers, likely increasing both flexibility and deniability, but at the cost of decreasing operational professionalism. So whilst much of the focus on this bill and the discussion around it focuses on Iran at the moment, following threats and arson attacks, could the Minister say whether he feels these measures will directly assist in our work regarding Russia, which I've just spoken about? And I think it's relevant that the International Institute for Strategic Studies report, which was published before this bill, also makes the important point that the ultimate source of aggressive activity is often the intelligence officer running the operation. So arresting the proxy actors might mean that the intelligence officers just find new proxies. So could the Minister say how confident he is that intelligence officers from Russia and elsewhere will be deterred by this bill, Or will they simply, as has been suggested, remain untouchable? And finally, concerns have been raised by my noble friend Baroness Ducey, by the noble Lord Anderson and others, which I very much share, about unintended consequences, specifically the impact on humanitarian organisations and charities. So is the Minister able to give me an assurance that the offences relating to designated bodies do not apply to the activities of impartial humanitarian organisations who are acting and working in accordance with international law?
My Lords, no one should be under any illusion about the dangers facing the United Kingdom, principally from Russia, China, North Korea and Iran. Whether it's assassins hunting down and murdering Alexander Litvinenko or attempting to kill Sergei Skripal in Salisbury, the attack on the Prime Minister's London home, the hate-driven scourge of anti-Semitism, cyber attacks. Recall North Korea's 2017 crippling cyber attack on the National Health Service, hacking and false narratives, poisoning minds through social media, the presence of Chinese spies even inside the government and parliament, with 2 more sentenced last week, with bounties on the heads of British residents and coercive sanctions on parliamentarians. My Lords, it is clear that these are dangerous times. I have the honour to chair the Joint Committee on Human Rights. Across several reports, we've highlighted threats to both national security and the human rights of our citizens, 2 sides of the same coin. We condemned the failure to bring to justice 400 British citizens who enlisted in ISIS, committed genocide against Yazidis and other minorities in northern Iraq, who returned to the United Kingdom, and not one of whom has been prosecuted for genocide or crimes against humanity. My Lords, how many of them has the government assessed as a future security threat? As we've heard, MI5's chief says threats have risen by more than 1/3 in a single year, with over 20 Iranian-inspired plots to kill, maim or kidnap on our sovereign territory. Perhaps more than anything else, it's been the depredations of that barbaric Iranian dictatorship which has been reflected in our debate today and driven the need for these new measures. Having been sanctioned by Iran in October 22 along with the noble Lord Polak and others, I might be forgiven for saying, as the noble Lord Davis of Gow has said earlier on, that this bill has been a long time coming. Back in April 2001, I opened the first of several debates, dozens of parliamentary questions and many cross-party meetings about Iran's egregious violations of human rights, about its nuclear threat, its proclaimed wish to eradicate the State of Israel, its export of terror and the pernicious role of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, both here and in Iran. In the 2025 JCHR report on transnational repression, debated in your Lordship's House on February the 26th, we highlighted appalling attacks on pro-democracy activists and journalists, some of whom had been forced to flee the country and one of whom had been left bleeding on the street after an attempted assassination. I would like transnational repression to appear on the face of the bill, at least as an aggravating factor, even if we can't go as far as Sweden, where TNR is defined and is illegal. Since its foundation in 1979, the Iranian regime has been based on 2 pillars: domestic oppression and the export of terrorism and chaos abroad. Death sentences issued by the revolutionary courts have led to endless waves of executions, some 2,159 in the last 12 months, and recall the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, arrested by the morality police for wearing clothes which have been disapproved of by the theocratic regime. In 2023, I spoke in favour of the amendment tabled by the noble Lord Coker, calling for the prescription of the IRGC, and was happy to support the opposition when they moved similar amendments. Now, I recognise that there is a difference between prescription and designation, and I do at least welcome the steps that are being taken in this bill. But, my Lords, may I ask the Minister about the letter sent to him by the Joint Committee on Human Rights, referred to by the noble Baroness Lady Ducey, sent on June the 26th, It was sent to the Home Secretary with a copy to the Noble Lord. I received a response today from the Noble Lord, Lord Hanson and Flint, and I'm grateful to him for that. But that only arrived about 2 hours ago, and I'd be grateful if he would agree to place copies in the libraries of both houses and to circulate it to everyone who's participated in today's debate. It's important, the response that the government has sent, because it does deal, I think, very effectively with some of the points raised by the JCHR in probing the power to designate a body on the basis that it involved foreign power threat activity, despite there being no link in these circumstances between that body and any foreign power, and we ask for consideration to be given to an amendment to ensure that under Section 33A, only activity linked to a foreign power could be relied upon to satisfy the test for designation. We also ask about assisting a designated body, about obtaining material benefits from a designated body, and greater clarity on the safety of the interests of the United Kingdom. My Lords, it was suggested in the House of Commons that there is inconsistency in the thresholds and the more lenient treatment of hostile states than that of terrorists. It's been referred to during our debate today as well. Is that so, and can it be remedied? May I also ask about a point raised by my noble friend, the Lord Anderson of Ipswich, and others in the debate, and that's about humanitarian organisations operating where state-linked actors exercise territorial control. And I would draw attention to the Noble Lord, Lord Hanson, of the letter that's been sent to the Home Secretary by the chair of the International Development Select Committee, the Admirable Sarah Champion MP. In a letter to me, though, the International Red Cross asked for an amendment to, and I quote their exact words, "The offences established in Section 17 shall not apply to exclusively humanitarian activities carried out by impartial humanitarian organisations in accordance with international law." So I echo the remarks of others and hope that issue might be addressed before next Tuesday. It would be passing strange if Red Cross humanitarian work were to be compromised while more than 13 organisations masquerading as charities can stoke the fires of hatred and threaten community cohesion. Why aren't we using this bill to take powers to close them down? And, my Lords, what about China, a point referred to by the Noble Baroness, Lady Tyler and others? Recall the collapsed spy case and last week's convictions of CCP regime spies. The bill should enable ministers to close the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office, a point I referred to yesterday in questions on this issue. It's a spy hub, a cat's cradle of spies and malign actors. We should have a power to close it down. 10 months after the JCHR's unanimous recommendation to put China onto the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, which we do for Russia and Iran, it hasn't happened. Will trade deals always trump security, human rights, and even genocide? My Lords, Baroness Tyler referred to the point the head of the GCHQ made about genuine increasing cyber risk, his words, and how we devote more resources to China than any other mission, while Parliament has been warned of infiltration of our universities and threats to our liberties via mass surveillance from Hikvision and other cameras. Chinese-made EVs incorporating Chinese cellular modules along with SIM cards or software, they raise significant espionage and national security concerns, with internet-connected vehicles being described as a hostile state's smartphone on wheels. My Lords, the Joint Committee is currently looking at AI and human rights. I hope the government is also looking at the way that AI and software and internet powers can be used in order to undermine our public debates and indeed our security as well. And I hope that before next Tuesday that we can have the opportunity, more than the 6 hours that was provided in the House of Commons, to debate these questions. I hope we will be able to come to some agreement around some of the concerns that still remain.
My Lords, I too support this bill and commend the government for bringing forward this long-awaited legislation. And I also join others in paying tribute to Jonathan Hall KC, who has done much of the work that has paved the way for this legislation, both as independent reviewer of terrorism legislation and of state threat legislation. As he repeatedly pointed out, we cannot deal with state threats, including state terrorism, by simply using the same approach that we've used for terrorism legislation. There are political, diplomatic and legal differences. One of the key legal reasons why state threats need a different approach is that state officials enjoy immunity from criminal jurisdiction in our courts in respect of their official conduct. And I suspect immunity is one of the main reasons why the government decided that we cannot have a straightforward membership offence which mirrors the offence under general terrorism legislation. My questions are about the scope of some of the offences, and in particular Section 17B of the National Security Act 2023, the offence of assisting a designated body, which would be introduced by Clause 2 of the bill. And to understand the reach of the offences, it may be helpful to test them against some examples, and I have two. The first one is that of an IRGC plotter based in Tehran who has coordinated attacks by proxies in the United Kingdom. If that IRGC plotter happened to fly to the United Kingdom or to another country from which he could be extradited to the United Kingdom, what, if any, conduct would we say has taken place in the United Kingdom for the purposes of the new Section 17B offence? Now, Section 17B will criminalise the provision of assistance to a designated body in carrying out UK-related activities. Subsection 5 provides that the offence will apply to conduct outside the United Kingdom, but applies to conduct taking place wholly outside the United Kingdom only if the person engaging in the conduct is a UK person or acts on behalf of the Crown or holds office for the Crown. In my example, the person is not a UK national, does not act on behalf of the Crown, and that person will presumably say, in those circumstances, that his conduct, such as it was, took place wholly outside the United Kingdom, and so the offence does not apply. The person would be able to rely on the judgment of the Supreme Court in El Khoury, which dealt in the context of extradition with the definition of the word conduct, and the Supreme Court held that the word conduct would normally and naturally be understood as a synonym for acts done by the requested person in the specified location, and not as including effects, whether intended or not, felt in that location of acts done somewhere else. A compelling reason is needed to interpret conduct as bearing such an abnormally wide meaning. So that's the Supreme Court on the meaning of the term conduct. And I should say, the noble and learned Lord Hope is here, that the Supreme Court was dealing with one of his speeches in another case, Kanda Amar, where the noble and learned Lord had taken a different approach, and if that approach had prevailed, we wouldn't have the problem that I think we will have under Section 17B in my example. Now, it is true that in the example that I've given, the person may be relying or invoking immunity, but immunity is quite specific to the facts. That person may not have been a state official, or maybe a former state officials, and so in the facts of the case, they may not be able to invoke immunity successfully. But in any event, immunity is a separate issue, and it's not a reason for limiting the definition of the offence. And so on the question of the scope of Section 17B, assuming that all that work had taken place in Iran, outside the United Kingdom, what would we say is the conduct that has taken place in the UK, so that we can potentially prosecute that person under Section 17B? My second question on scope concerns the definition of UK-related activities. So the offence of assisting a designated body is committed if the person intends that conduct materially to assist a designated body in carrying out UK-related activities. And UK-related activities are defined in subsection 5 as follows. They are activities taking place in the United Kingdom, activities taking place outside the United Kingdom which are prejudicial to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. Now let's take another example here, and that is that of a person who is actually based in the United Kingdom and engages in the conduct of assisting the designated body in the United Kingdom, but the activities which the designated body is pursuing would be activities against an ally of the United Kingdom, be it Ukraine, the UAE or Israel. Now, it will be argued by the government, and the Minister referred to this in his opening remarks, that the UK-related activity would include activity against our friends and allies. But if I understood him correctly, he also said that it would still be necessary for some, I think he said, recognisable effect in the UK. I think he mentioned that as a requirement under international law, which I have to say I'm a little bit confused about. International law does require certain jurisdictional links between the exercise of criminal jurisdiction and the state. But in this case, there is an obvious link. The conduct would have taken place in the United Kingdom. The person in question would have done the planning, provided the support to the designated body in the United Kingdom, and then the designated body's activities would have targeted one of our allies. But there is already a sufficient nexus with the UK territory for us to take action against that individual, as I understand the position under international law. So why would a further nexus be necessary? I think it's quite an important question, because it will define the extent to which we will be able to use this legislation against individuals who will use the United Kingdom as a base for planning activities against allies abroad. My Lords, in closing, I would also like to raise the question of the time that has been allocated to this bill. There is broad support for the bill, and I think we all agree it has to be put on the statute books quite quickly. But some points have emerged that do require further discussion. In addition to the ones that I've raised, I would like very much to explore the points raised by the noble Lord Anderson of Ipswich. We only have 2 days to table amendments, and I think then just 1 day to debate them. And I very much hope, as the noble Lord Alton said, that we're going to have at least a pretty long session next week to debate the amendments.
My Lords, I do welcome this bill, and I'm looking forward to making sure that its passage is as quick as the Minister wants it. But of course there will be those amendments that need to be addressed. But I want to focus basically on 2 or 3 questions that I'd put directly to the noble Lord the Minister. My concern is, and it's around AI, which the noble Lord Alton raised, and the usage of AI on 2 or 3 areas that really do concern me in this country, through people of this country, because I believe the social contract between the people and the state has actually broken down quite a lot over recent years. And what we are finding now is that technologies are being utilised through people born and brought up in this country to attack its country, its own country. And so I'd like the noble Lord the Minister to actually just explore the way we protect our critical infrastructure. How do we look at making sure that the people who manage and run the infrastructures are well versed in how they should be able to protect it, to ensure that outside influence or internal influence does not attack and bring our country to a standstill. And I say that on the basis that the energy sector is one prime area, but we've seen attacks on Marks and Spencers, we've seen attacks on hospitals, and these can be done by people sitting within our own country using artificial intelligence and other means to get into our systems. And that takes me to the other point that I wanted to ask the noble Lord to consider, is when we've outsourced so much of our work to other countries, how are we making sure that whilst we're not directly impacted in this country, that information that belongs to the people of this country is not being attacked from foreign actors outside of the country in the countries where we're utilising outsourcing. And the final area that I'm quite concerned about is how we are actually ensuring that information that is being issued across the way we protect ourselves here, and the way this legislation is going to work is to ensure that prescribed groups like the IRCG and others are actually now beginning to use people of this country to be their own proxies here. And I worry consistently that we have failed to prescribe them simply on the basis that of arguments that have never made sense to me, and I know that Noble Lord Alton and I agree on this, because time and time again people have been attacked on our soil by people from the Iranian Guard, and we've failed to actually prescribe and protect our own nationals here. So it's been trying to understand why we haven't got to that stage yet, with not just that grouping, but others now that are actually taking shelter under the umbrella of what we've not done to prescribe, and other groups are now beginning to actually utilise their own proxies. And I'm afraid those proxies are going by the wayside at the moment because our attention is not on them. It's too much focused on China, it's too much focused on Russia, when other actors are now beginning to also come into our systems and utilise our young people in particular through technologies that we must be very, very careful. I've come in on this debate only because I think we sort of get caught up in the subject of the day or the matter of the day and fail to see the wider issues that are bubbling underneath in all our communities. And I know the Noble Lord knows that I raise this with him often and regularly every time I see him outside of the chamber too, to just make sure that communities that we know have got issues bubbling are very vulnerable to the sort of attacks that we are trying to protect here. And I think this is an ideal time in this legislation to make sure that we also cover those.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Baroness Verma this afternoon. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the National Security State Threat Bill. The first duty of any government is to ensure the safety and security of the people it serves. It's in an increasingly uncertain world where hostile state activity can take many forms, from espionage and cyber attacks to foreign interference and intimidation. It is right that Parliament considers how best to respond to those threats. I therefore support the principles behind this bill and the government's determination to ensure that those acting on behalf of hostile foreign powers cannot undermine our national security, our way of life, or the safety of the people living in our country. The threats posed by hostile states are real and evolving. They can affect individuals, communities, and our democratic institutions, and it's right that the government responds to them. As this bill progresses, I hope we will also recognise the importance of community trust and cohesion in strengthening our response to those threats. Many of our towns and cities are homes to vibrant diaspora communities with deep family, cultural and historical connections across the world. These communities make an enormous contribution to our society, our economy and our public life. It is important to recognise that diaspora communities can themselves be the target of intimidation, harassment and surveillance by hostile foreign actors. Indeed, some diaspora communities are among those most directly affected by hostile state activity, with individuals and groups experiencing attempts at coercion, interference and intimidation here in the United Kingdom. Given that this bill introduces powers to designate organisations linked to hostile foreign state activity, it is important that legitimate diaspora organisations, community groups, charities and cultural bodies have confidence that they will not be inadvertently affected by those powers. That is why it's so important that measures designed to protect national security do not create fear or uncertainty among law-abiding communities. Trust is hard-won and easily lost, particularly in communities that may already feel vulnerable to intimidation or interference. Experience has shown us that however well-intentioned legislation may be, we must always remain alert to unintended consequences, particularly where community confidence and trust are concerned. Where concerns are identified, there should be a willingness to listen, engage, and act swiftly to address them. The overwhelming majority of people maintain family, cultural, and charitable or professional links overseas entirely illegitimately. We must ensure there is a clear distinction between those legitimate activities and those actions of individuals or organisations acting on behalf of hostile states. Can my noble friend, the Minister, say more about the safeguards that will ensure legitimate community organisations and diaspora groups are not inadvertently affected by these powers, and what steps the government will take to listen, engage and act swiftly should unintended consequences emerge? My Lords, I support the aims of this bill and look forward to following it through its progression throughout this House.
My Lords, it's a great it's a great pleasure to follow Baroness Dacres, and I think she was absolutely right to remind us that this bill isn't an esoteric subject, nor is it part of some kind of sophisticated spy novel, but rather it affects every citizen in this country potentially, and that's why it's so important. And as she said, it's the first duty of government to protect its citizens from harm, and that is exactly what is being done by the delivery of this bill. So in principle and in most of its content, I support this bill entirely. And I'm very grateful to Jonathan Hall KC, my successor but 3 as independent review of terrorism legislation, how to feel old in one sentence, who has done an excellent job. Just on the subject of Jonathan Hall, I would remind noble lords who've called for a review after 12 months. In fact, he's required to give a review after 12 months by law. So that amendment is entirely unnecessary, with great respect to those who suggested it. But I would remind everyone too that every independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, and Jonathan Hall in his current role as independent reviewer of state threats legislation, can of his own volition and motion create a report at any time. My successor as independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, my noble friend Lord Anderson, his successor and Jonathan Hall and I have all done exactly that, or at least made moves to do exactly that, and obtained proportionate and helpful reactions from government when that has arisen. So I think that the reassurance provided by having an independent reviewer of state threats legislation, who does much the same, and at the moment is the same person, as the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, gives great reassurance. In relation to the content of the bill in detail, I don't want to repeat what was said by Lord Anderson, my noble friend Lord Anderson, or my noble friend Lord Verderame about some of the content of the bill. I would suggest that much of the noble Lord Anderson's suggestion of the need to review Section 17 of the National Security Act 2023, Section 17C, can be covered very simply, probably by removing 5 words by virtue of retaining a benefit from the amended suggested Section 17C. But that will be a matter for consideration in committee. I regret that this bill has taken quite a long time to reach the floor of the House, but I'm bound to reflect after 40-odd years in one or other house of this place that there's an awful lot of glass houses about those complaints. There isn't a government that hasn't been guilty of serious delays, and much, much longer delays than this, and I don't think we should waste time on matters of that kind. We should simply get on with it. My own view is that we need 2 committee days, but if we have 2 committee days, we will complete the necessary amendments of this bill without difficulty, with proper debate. If we need 1 day, then I agree, let's make it a very long day and get the work done. My Lords, the state threats in recent years have been described in detail by Sir Ken McCallum, the MI5 Director General, and he reminded us in October 2025 that we'd seen a 35% increase in the number of individuals being investigated for involvement in state threat activity in 1 year. And that is a matter for real concern and reflects remarks made by my noble friend, Lord Alton. I also want to reflect something that was said by my noble friend, Lord Barrow, and also by another noble lord, Lord Beamish, in relation to what I'll call the subtlety of what we are doing. One should not assume that this is simply extending counter-terrorism legislation. There's much more subtlety to this subject than that, as my noble friend Lord Barrow pointed out very clearly. We can't simply cut and paste from counter-terrorism legislation to deal with countering state threats, because it's quite different in nature. It's been defined very well, in my view, by MI5 as covering overt or covert actions by foreign governments which fall short of direct armed conflict with the UK, but go beyond peaceful diplomacy and expected statecraft to harm or threaten the safety or interests of the UK or our allies. Well, if you look at the Terrorism Act 2000, the definition of terrorism is much, much simpler than that. This is a much more complicated subject. And there are views, and it's one that I share and maybe others here do, which is that this bill is much more suitable to deal with the IRGC designation under this bill than proscription under the Terrorism Acts, because those subtle arts which are referred to in that MI5 description are needed in order to deal with organisations like the IRGC. I would also refer to the question of charities and other independent organisations. I have a great deal of sympathy with what they do, but and Lord Anderson has heard me say this privately on many occasions, and I know is bored of it, but I do not think we should overlook the importance of the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions and, in this bill, the Attorney General, the discretion not to prosecute. It is an extremely important protection which is used on public interest grounds and has been used fairly frequently, though it doesn't arise in what one might call ordinary crime. So, my Lords, I hope that we can deal with this bill in fairly short order, that we can keep our mind on what is the issue that we're trying to deal with, not muddle it up with straightforward terrorism, which is much more straightforward than this, and can take into account the need for subtle, clever, and extremely able members of our services, the various services that protect us, to be able to talk, where necessary, to people who are implicit in doing terrible things, in order to make the world a more peaceful place and our country one in which the citizens are safe.
My Lords, national security is, of course, a fundamental responsibility of government, and we all recognise that the nature of security threats has changed significantly. We know that we need to step up in terms of military preparedness, but we now also increasingly face challenges such as cyber attacks, foreign interference in democratic processes, and indirect covert operations.
We need not only to build national resilience, but to tackle such threats and others as they evolve. We all share that aim. Jonathan Hall KC was asked to identify gaps in our legislation, and the government aims to tackle some of these in this fast-track bill. The government has had over a year in which to address these gaps, yet only came forward with this bill in the last few weeks and expects it to be rushed through Parliament. And that is rarely a recipe for good legislation. So it is vital that we examine this carefully to ensure that there are no unintended consequences. And various people have flagged unintended consequences. I found that as I read it, I was wondering if some of those potentially implicated in recent attacks would be covered. The bill covers those who would or should know for whom they might be working. But you think of the new development of young men in particular being recruited online for tempting cash payments to take photos of venues or even carry out attacks, yet never thinking that foreign state involvement might lie behind these. Some have termed these actors useful idiots. In some ways, maybe, they're similar to drug mules, and how the consequences and who is asking them to do things is far from their minds, as their focus is simply on the financial reward. Will such so-called useful idiots be caught by this legislation? We know the use of such proxies is increasing, giving deniability, of course. And then there are other areas where inadvertently people may be included. And in my view, the noble Lord Anderson has decimated the government's current response in relation to humanitarian work. And I'm very glad to see the noble lady, Baroness Chapman, is listening to this debate. The chair of the International Development Select Committee, Sarah Champion, has urged the Home Secretary to amend the bill over concerns that it has negative implications for humanitarian organisations. The IDC want to see, and I quote, an express humanitarian exemption making clear that offences relating to designated bodies do not apply to the activities of impartial humanitarian organisations acting in accordance with international humanitarian law. The IDC points out that, and again I quote, humanitarian organisations often operate in areas where state-linked actors exercise territorial control. In such contexts, engagement with all parties to a conflict may be necessary to secure access to affected populations, obtain security guarantees, maintain staff safety, and deliver life-saving assistance. The committee notes that the bill creates offences of supporting a designated body, assisting a designated body, and obtaining or accepting material benefits from a designated body. Lord Anderson notes that simply getting information on where landmines might have been laid could fall foul of this legislation. The Minister in the Commons stressed that the offences are not intended to criminalise conduct relating to humanitarian assistance. But as my colleague in the Commons, Monica Harding, noted, those safeguards for humanitarian operations are in the explanatory notes for the bill. They're not in the bill itself. Bond, the Halo Trust, the International Committee of the Red Cross and others argue that there is a risk here which may at the very least have a chilling effect on their work. Among other challenges, as Lord Anderson noted, broadly framed offences may lead banks, suppliers, donors and others to refuse to assist as they do not want to take the risk. I hear what the noble Baroness Neville-Jones says about the NGO's defence in court, but the last thing that they wish to do is end up in an expensive court case. They will seek to avoid that by avoiding the work. I also hear what the noble Lord Carlisle says about them not being prosecuted, but they are likely to try to avoid that risk. So they will not undertake that work. I understand the reaction of the Minister in the Commons that they do not want to have an exclusion to be exploited by malign actors. I understand that, and Lord Barrow made reference to that. But after all, there are diplomatic exclusions in the bill. So there are ways of doing this, and the government, I therefore hope that the government is giving thought to how they could amend the bill to make sure that humanitarian organisations are equally and explicitly protected. Certainly, as the Noble Lord Anderson mentioned, a pepper and heart statement would be useful. But will NGOs actually know the significance of this, or look at our debates, which is where they'd have to pick up that reference to a pepper and heart protection? An amendment would be much safer. Returning to the challenge of drawing up legislation in a rush, however worthy the aim, I was struck by what Alicia Kearns said in the Commons, and I quote, "We must not write a law for the IRGC alone. We are writing a law for every hostile state organ that comes after it, and the next may look nothing like the last." I'm also puzzled that under this bill, and she pointed this out, unlike other terrorism legislation, people cannot be charged until they've committed an act. And the Noble Lord made reference to this from the Conservative benches, rather than when they're planning such an act. Is there a reason for this? And if it's inadvertent, will it be addressed? As we did in the Commons, and as my noble friends have emphasised here, we support the intentions of the bill. We recognise that we face attacks by state-sponsored and state-linked actors who actively seek to undermine our democracy. This is now widespread across the democratic world, where Russia, for example, wishes to create instability in the UK, across the EU, NATO and beyond. Just look at their recent actions in the various elections in Romania, Moldova, Armenia and Hungary. Threats to the UK from foreign states are indeed evolving rapidly. With people receiving their news via social media and social media platforms amplifying division and disagreement, this is likely only to intensify. But as we're asked to fast-track this bill, it's important that we look at its potential limitations. I'm glad that the Minister says he's willing to work across the House to address these concerns, and I hope that we can therefore get robust legislation on the statute books, and that he really means what he says about working with us to try to resolve some of these problems.
My Lords, no one can be under any illusion about the nature of the threats we face, and other noble lords have spoken about this in some detail, so I will not be repeating that. It is right that the government seeks to update our laws in response, and I pay tribute to Jonathan Hall KC, whose careful review has identified areas where the law requires strengthening. The bill introduces significant offences relating to organisations associated with foreign state threats, and I welcome the government's clear intention to close loopholes, address the use of proxy actors, and strengthen deterrence. However, in pursuing those objectives, I have three concerns. And as the Noble Lord, Lord Anderson, has already pointed out, we must not create uncertainty for those who work and serve an altogether different purpose. Humanitarian organizations and development agencies, including conflict resolution experts, operate in some of the most fragile and dangerous environments in the world. I have seen the value of their work firsthand, not only as a supporter of their work, but as a recipient of their aid when my own family was displaced by conflict. Humanitarian work is often challenging and uncomfortable. In conflict zones, engagement with de facto authorities is frequently unavoidable in order to negotiate access to civilian population, obtain permits, rent premises, pay utility charges, employ local staff, or secure safe passage through territory controlled by actors they neither support nor endorse. Without such engagement, the most vulnerable people may receive no assistance at all. Today, many organizations are concerned that this legislation could have unintended consequences. The ICRC has warned that aspects of the bill are drafted broadly enough that routine humanitarian activities could fall within its scope. Similar concerns have been, as others have pointed out, raised by International Development Committee. Humanitarian organizations do not seek to weaken our ability to counter hostile activity. They seek clarity that they can continue to provide vital, life-saving assistance. Ministers have offered assurances that the bill is intended to distinguish between hostile conduct and legitimate humanitarian engagement. I welcome those assurances and do not doubt the sincerity within which they have been given. Yet there is an important distinction between assurance and certainty. Courts interpret statutes, not ministerial statements or footnotes. We have seen before where Parliament relies on assurances rather than clear statutory language, uncertainty can persist for years. And I refer here to my own amendment on parental alienation and judicial colleges. And I was given all sorts of assurances that the ministers and the government will work with the judicial courts, the judicial colleges, but nothing ever happened. And it really takes time. People change, ministers go, governments go, and if it's not written in the law, it means nothing. It's a lovely intention, but it doesn't produce the desired effect. So I just want to draw the Noble Lord Minister's attention to that. It happens. My second concern is how protections identified by ministers would work in practice. Ministers have referred to provisions concerning agreements with the government. However, if those provisions are to safeguard humanitarian action, much more information is needed about how organizations would seek, obtain and rely upon such arrangements. Experience from sanctions and counter-terrorism regimes shows that ambiguity can have far-reaching consequences. Even where aid agencies are confident that their activities are lawful, the institution on which they depend may decide the risks are way too great. This can lead to the withdrawal of banking facilities, delays in transferring funds, and obstructions to the delivery of assistance where it is needed most. While it is clearly not the intention of the bill to catch organizations such as these, their experience of similar legislation is that for as long as there remains even a paper risk of criminal liability, charitable trustees will act cautiously. And no one can blame them for that. There is also the wider problem of de-risking by banks and financial institutions, and the net effect is likely to be a reduction in vital work in some of the world's most troubled countries, including humanitarian relief and conflict resolution efforts, both of which depend upon necessary dealings with the state bodies that may be designated under the bill. Civilians ultimately bear the consequences. Aid arrives late, access is reduced, and suffering is prolonged. These are not hypothetical concerns. They have been documented repeatedly across humanitarian operations around the world. Such an approach would not be novel. Jonathan Hall KC has previously highlighted, as others have mentioned, the tensions that can arise between national security legislation and humanitarian action, drawing attention to the principles reflected in the UN Security Council Resolution 2664. The United Kingdom played a leading role in securing that resolution and should show the same leadership here. My Lords, humanitarian action and national security are not opposing concepts. Conflict, displacement and humanitarian crises can fuel instability and create conditions in which wider security threats flourish. The government's own strategic assessment recognizes that reality. My third concern is one of consistency. This bill rightly acknowledges that threats to security may be advanced indirectly through proxies, coercion, and conduct that undermines international norms. If we accept that proposition, we should apply the same standards consistently. States that obstruct humanitarian access, contribute to instability, or disregard international humanitarian law should be subject to scrutiny irrespective of whether they are competitors, adversaries, or allies. The credibility of rules-based international order depends upon such consistency. My Lords, this bill seeks to address a genuine and pressing threat, and I support the objective. However, if humanitarian activity is not intended to be caught by these provisions, that protection should be stated clearly in the bill. Doing so would provide certainty, support compliance with international humanitarian law, and help ensure that measures designed to counter hostile activity do not inadvertently hinder those working to save lives protect civilians, and uphold human dignity in the most challenging circumstances.
I think this is the first time ever I followed the noble lady, Baroness Hullitch, and I'm delighted to do so. My Lords, let me begin by thanking the Minister and his officials for meeting with some of us and going through the bill in detail. I welcome the bill, as so many of us do, but continue to believe that there is a lack of clarity on some important issues, and that this may result in unintended consequences, a very well-rehearsed phrase in the context of this debate. The points that I would have wished to make have been eloquently reiterated by many of your lordships, notably my noble friend, the Lord Anderson. So I'm going to cut to the chase in a minute, but I would add that some of the points that have been made repeatedly are so serious that they bear repetition. My Lords, my main concern remains the danger that humanitarian organisations could fall foul of a future law that forbids supporting or assisting a designated body or obtaining material benefits from such a body. And designated bodies, as we've heard, could include emergency assistance and or development aid bodies, peace-building bodies, demining organisations which deal with sensitive material, as indeed does Intermediate. These entities regularly communicate with foreign government departments that are likely, under the terms of the bill, to be designated. One example given by the Norwegian Refugee Council concerned a tax rebate rightfully owed to them by the Iranian government. Another concern, my Lords, is the stringent bank requirements surrounding the sending of funds to dubious foreign government departments, again something we've heard of from many different peers. The banks, which have a low risk threshold, as is the case with suppliers, donors and trustees, have made it increasingly clear that they do not accept verbal assurances and demand explicit protection to be on the face of the bill. The Home Secretary, in the other place, cited subsection 6b of 17b as providing the necessary protection. She assured the House that anything that has been approved by the UK will not be caught, and urged humanitarian organisations to talk to the FCDO, which I might add they do already at length and frequently. However, the bill as it stands does not make it clear what exactly will be covered or how such an arrangement could be confirmed or sought. Emergent responses require licenses if operating under current sanctions and necessarily take time. For example, humanitarian action following the earthquake in Myanmar in early 2025 took over a year to negotiate, by which time most people affected by the earthquake had either not survived or indeed were recovered. Furthermore, my Lords, any doubts about the legality of communications with designated bodies will have, if not a chilling, then certainly a delaying effect on humanitarian action, something which has been referred to by the noble lady Baroness Northover, and that on effect on humanitarian action and the transfer of resources. No trustee of a charitable organisation would be happy to risk the reputation of a charity or even legal action unless there are clear terms of engagement. Moreover, the courts, if it gets to that stage, would not be bound by the explanatory notes, which are subject to interpretation. The bill targets state bodies, and this implies, my Lords, that whole ministries could well become designated. For example, the Interior Ministry of a country is subject to severe UK sanctions, such as Iran. Humanitarian organisations of many different kinds necessarily have to deal with ministries to obtain official agreements to operate in a country, to receive licenses, and to receive work permits. These take time, and should a humanitarian organisation be refused permission, and subsequently makes an application to the Secretary of State to exercise his or her power under Section 33A of the bill to remove the designation status, this will take even longer, with no guarantee that the Secretary of State would find in the organisation's favour. Again, the Minister in the other place, responding to this concern, cited the prohibited purpose clause, which has been much discussed, which serves as an additional safeguard and protects legitimate conduct, in that it requires any conduct to be prejudicial to the safety or interest of the EUK, although, I add, and it is added, it is not necessary for the individual involved to know that a body is designated for the offence to apply, which does seem somewhat odd. My Lords, I trust the Minister accepted our concerns at the meeting that we recently held and undertook to look again at the bill following its completion in the other place. However, the bill remains unamended and our concerns have not, so far, been fully addressed.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Baroness, Lady Baroness de Souza. My Lords, I was not entirely persuaded that this bill was strictly necessary. I remind the House that Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese government, and for many years that fact was cited as a reason not to proscribe the organisation in its entirety. Yet in 2019, Hezbollah was fully proscribed without the need for new primary legislation. However, I accept the threats posed by hostile threats and their proxies are real, and for that reason I support this bill. For years, hostile states have sought to undermine our democracy, intimidate and threaten communities within the United Kingdom. The Jewish community has lived with this reality for decades. Synagogues, schools and community centres have required extraordinary levels of security. Families have become accustomed to armed protection outside places of worship. My Lords, my own grandchildren are growing up believing that security barriers and guards are simply part of Jewish life in Britain. That is not normal, nor should it ever be accepted as normal. But allow me to thank the police, the security services, the CST, Shomrim, who have protected and protect the community, and they should all be doing other things. The Iranian regime has repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to use intimidation, proxies, surveillance and violence against those it regards as its enemies. It has exported instability, extremism and fear far beyond its borders. These threats are real, persistent and increasingly visible on our streets, and the fact that many of these threats have been directed at the Jewish community and members of the Iranian community should never have led us to regard them as matters affecting only one particular group. The principle at stake is far broader. A hostile state willing to target one group of British citizens is a hostile state willing to challenge the security of our country as a whole. When it seeks to spread fear within our communities, it is attacking the fabric of our society, and that's why I welcome this bill. And as the Noble Lord the Minister said, because the legislation is so important, it is equally important that we get it right. The Iranian regime has consistently demonstrated an ability to adapt its methods, operate through proxies, exploit legal ambiguities and maintain plausible deniability. The challenge we faced is therefore not simply one of identifying a hostile state, but of ensuring that our legislative response is capable of addressing the full range of methods through which that state seeks to advance its interests. And for that reason, I'm concerned that there remain areas of the bill, in fact, that don't go far enough. As drafted, there appears to be a higher threshold for prosecution of designated state threat than exists under terrorism legislation. There are also legitimate questions about whether activity planned in the United Kingdom but carried out overseas would always be captured by the offences contained within the bill. And likewise, as hostile states increasingly rely on propaganda, online influence and indirect encouragement, we must ensure that those who act in furtherance of a hostile state's objectives cannot escape accountability simply because they were inspired rather than directly tasked. My Lords, Iran's activities are not confined to formal state actors or uniformed operatives. They encompass proxies, criminal networks, online radicalization, covert influence, and individuals recruited or encouraged to act at arm's length from the regime itself. If our legislation does not truly reflect that reality, we risk creating opportunities for hostile actors to exploit the very gaps we're trying to close. Nor should we view these issues solely through the lens of Iran. The purpose of the bill is not merely to respond to one hostile state, however pressing that may be. It is to establish a framework capable of protecting the United Kingdom from future hostile states whose methods may differ, evolve and become more sophisticated over time. Legislation that is drafted too narrowly may address today's threats while leaving us, as others have said, exposed to tomorrow. And in that regard, I pay tribute to the work of the Honourable Member for Rutland and Stamford, Alicia Kearns MP, who tabled a number of constructive amendments in the other place, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could address just two of those. And following on from the words of my noble friend, the noble Lord Davis, on the question of uniforms, insignia and propaganda, if a state-backed organisation such as the IRGC were to be designated under this regime, can I ask the noble Lord the Minister, why would it not be an offence to display its insignia on Britain's streets and to glorify it online, mirroring the provisions contained in Section 13 of the Terrorism Act of 2000? If we recognise that such organisations seek not only to operate abroad but also to cultivate support networks here at home, surely we must address the propaganda that sustains them. And secondly, on travel document seizure powers. Jonathan Hall KC, in his review, he supported the case for allowing police to seize passports and other travel documents for those suspected of assisting designated organisations. So, if the government accepts the threat posed by individuals facilitating or supporting hostile state activity, can I ask the noble Lord the Minister, why would it not provide the police with these powers now? Why defer to such an important safeguard to future legislation when the opportunity exists now? There is always a temptation when confronted with an urgent threat, although we've been calling this urgent for many years, to prioritise speed over security. Oh, scrutiny, not security, scrutiny. But the effectiveness of this bill will not be judged about how quickly it passes through Parliament. It will be judged whether it gives our security services the law enforcement the tools needed to confront the threats that exist. If there are areas where the bill can be strengthened, we should strengthen it. If there are provisions that fall short of the standards Parliament has previously deemed necessary in the field of counter-terrorism and national security, we should examine them carefully. And if amendments are needed to ensure that hostile state activity is met with the full force of law, we should not hesitate to make them. I would suggest that the choice is not before us whether to support or scrutinise the bill. We now must do both. And for that reason, I support this bill, and I look forward to ensuring that it emerges from this House stronger than it arrived.
My Lords, we've already heard a lot. How our adversaries, I'm so sorry, how our adversaries are looking at the UK, seeing a permissive environment for causing chaos, recruiting foot soldiers on the exact, thank you, thanks, on the exact same social media platforms they use to manipulate the British people, which incidentally they have been doing for years. This subversion isn't new. It has been grinding away at our democracy since well before the Brexit referendum. Some of us remember it vividly. I remember scrolling through my feeds years ago, receiving highly targeted anti-EU questionnaires on social media. Platforms like Facebook weren't just places to connect, they were actively weaponized to push anti-EU propaganda, to manufacture chaos and to systematically shatter public trust, not just in the EU, but in the United Kingdom's core institutions. So what we are seeing today is simply the terrifying escalation of that same campaign. Now, according to the briefing by the Lord's Library, MI5 just dropped a metric confirming that investigations into hostile state activity have skyrocketed by 35% in a single year. This is no longer just a quiet war of digital propaganda. The line between foreign espionage and domestic terror has evaporated completely. First, let's look at how our adversaries have moved from online manipulation to physical violence. It should come as absolutely no surprise that our major political parties, our most vital companies, and our public infrastructure are being relentlessly targeted. But let's discard the illusion that these are ad hoc attacks by random, frustrated individuals. These are highly coordinated campaigns by hostile state actors whose objective is to undermine Britain's power, credibility, and influence on the global stage. Look at what Russia is doing today. They have moved from manipulating algorithms to hiring street criminals. They sit safely behind keyboards, hop onto social media platforms and encrypted apps, and recruit cheap local proxies like the 6 Bulgarian nationals convicted in May 2025, paying them off in cryptocurrency to carry out dirty operations on British soil. And how far are they willing to go? Look no further than the shocking reports of steady stream of Russian-commissioned arson attacks targeting the private properties and vehicle of our own Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. If they're willing to put a torch to the Prime Minister's personal property to spark domestic fear, what stops them from targeting anyone else? At the same time, Russia continues to deploy massive automated network of sponsored bots, expanding the very same digital warfare that polluted our social media feeds a decade ago, all calibrated to pump out venomous disinformation, trigger panic, and actively incite civil unrest in our towns and our cities. Second, we have to talk about the direct physical terror being unleashed on British citizens. And many of your lords have already spoken about Iran, that it's become so emboldened. In just 12 months, MI5 had to hunt down and stop more than 20 separate, potentially lethal plots backed by Iran. Following the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East in early 2026, those threats directly hit our streets. We've seen a wave of targeted, terrifying attacks on Iranian dissidents and our Jewish communities. And again, much has been said about the IRGC, but it's been noted that they're hiring local thugs as foot soldiers to terrorize Jewish neighborhoods, effectively dragging foreign conflicts directly onto the British soil to settle scores. Third, we are letting our intellectual and economic future be plundered in broad daylight. China is running an incredibly sophisticated total society operation against the UK through massive sweeping cyber breaches and aggressive campaigns to lure UK academic experts, our cutting-edge technology, and draining it away. They're exploiting our supply chains, our university partnerships, and FDI to steal commercial secrets, feeding it straight into their own military and economic machine. Therefore, this bill, the National Security State Threats Bill, is and should be really welcomed by this House. But I would like to ask a couple of questions to the Minister. How exactly does the government intend to pierce the veil of encrypted apps, cryptocurrency networks, and automated bot networks that Russia is using to build its criminal proxy network? And secondly, when Iran coordinates lethal plots against our Jewish communities and when China systematically plunders our universities, what is the concrete, immediate, diplomatic and economic retaliation? I say to those who want more time and want to deliberate that today the United Kingdom is facing an aggressive, relentless surge in covert state threats. These are hostile operations planned by foreign governments that stop just short of declaration of war, but their objective is identical: to sabotage our safety, bleeding out our economic prosperity and shattering our democratic freedoms. That is why this bill is a crucial step, and I support it.
My Lords, Lord Shinkwin is participating remotely. I invite Lord Shinkwin to speak.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Gill, in what has been an informative, if alarming, debate. Alarming because it has highlighted the degree to which the freedoms which my grandparents' generation fought and died for are now under grave threat. The need for this bill underlines how much the social context has changed, as my noble friend Baroness Verma alluded to. I doubt that the older generation could have anticipated just how strong a sense of entitlement to those freedoms their great-grandchildren would develop. It is as if their great-grandparents' sacrifice, made in blood, sweat, and tears, was ancient history, something that belonged in a Hollywood blockbuster, but which was irrelevant to today's apparently so much more sophisticated world. Yet I suspect that having made that sacrifice in order that we might be free from the racist, genocidal, Jew-hating Nazis, my grandparents' generation would appreciate perhaps far more than we do the trouble we are in and the urgency of getting the measures in this bill and perhaps others on the statute book. They would see the extent to which the threat to our democracy posed by hostile states' use of proxies and malign non-state actors is exacerbated by society's privileged, desensitized indifference to the danger they pose. My Lords, the Lord Privy Seal said shortly before we began this debate that the public don't appreciate the threat. I would agree with her. But I would also go further, because I fear that some are in denial, desperately clinging to the delusion that peace is permanent, that the welfare state is inviolable, and that deterrence doesn't matter enough to justify the necessary recalibration of resources. Meanwhile, Hostile states and their proxies exploit our weakness ruthlessly and insidiously, turning those hard-won freedoms that we take for granted against us. Take racism as an example. This country outlawed racism based, among other criteria, on ethnic origin 61 years ago. Yet our enemies cynically weaponized democracy, exploiting demonstrations featuring pernicious racist chants as if they were somehow a celebration of democratic rights, rather than a concerted attempt by some to single out and intimidate a particular race, our Jewish brothers and sisters, and thereby undermine our social and cultural cohesion. Shamefully, we let them do it. We let them undermine a crucial aspect of our democracy, supposedly in the name of democracy. So, my lords, I welcome this bill because it goes some way to addressing the threat that we face. My question is whether it goes far enough. Are its measures truly commensurate with the scale of that threat? I won't rehearse the points already made, but I join with those who wonder whether it takes into account sufficiently the rise of what could be termed hatred for hire, such as we saw in the arson attacks of the Jewish community ambulances and the attack on the Prime Minister's former home, which the noble Baroness Dill mentioned. My lords, I close with 3 points. The first is a thank you to our wonderful security services who worked so hard within difficult democratic constraints to keep us safe, particularly in our case as parliamentarians. The second is to highlight the importance of preemption as a means of prevention. One only has to consider the fact that the odious Chinese Communist Party regime operated a secret police hub here in London to spy on and intimidate Hong Kong dissidents, to know that in some cases our enemies are running rings around us. Their aggression and hostile intent are palpable. I ask the noble Lord the Minister, who we all appreciate is dedicated to ensuring the safety and security of our country, whether he is absolutely sure that the powers in this bill are sufficiently aggressive and preemptive in return. My lords, my final point is this: to ask the noble Lord the Minister whether he's confident that the bill takes account of the incredibly unstable context in which we consider it. The Hormuz sellout seems to be unraveling as we speak. A previously reliable partner is becoming reliably unreliable, and yet some would say we're still tripping over ourselves to observe legal niceties. I fear we make our enemies laugh. I hope our combined determination to close any gaps in the bill mentioned during this debate will ensure they have no reason to laugh at us, either today or in the future.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Shinquin and other noble and learned lords. And can I thank the noble Lord the Minister for the measured and thoughtful way in which he's introduced the second reading today. As many have said, there is no more important issue facing our country than our national security and, more broadly, our defence. We are living in the most dangerous period in Europe since the 1930s. That is not hyperbole or geographic sophistry. I studied at Rostov Technical Institute in 1990 during the collapse of the Soviet Union. And in Rostov, on the banks of the River Don, our hosts would proudly point to the other bank of the river and tell us that was where Europe starts. We might have said it is where Europe ends. But that is where a war in Europe between Ukraine and Russia has now lasted longer for each country than in both world wars. As many have said, that Russia is a hostile state with few, if any, sympathies for Western democratic norms or our liberal institutions is beyond doubt. That we live in a dangerous world that is getting more dangerous is also beyond doubt. As has been mentioned many times, the Director General of MI5 has openly reported substantial increase in the number of investigations of state threat activities. And as the noble Baroness Tyler and others have mentioned, the convictions just last week of a Romanian and a Ukraine national for arson on property connected to our Prime Minister shows how emboldened bad actors have become. And I know the noble Lord the Minister will not wish to name individual organisations which may fall within the remit of this Act. However, we also know that Iran, as many have said, and its proxies are increasingly active. That state actors and their proxies are attempting to commission surveillance, sabotage, arson, theft or physical violence are manifest and self-evident. The review of counter-terrorism legislation carried out by Jonathan Hall KC has set out the need for a bill such as this, clearly, as so many noble lords have said. My lords, there are several areas in the bill which describe the critical issue of finance in relation to potential offences. An offence can be made when financial assistance is provided by a designated body or where financial assistance is provided to a designated body, either directly or indirectly. My lords, that financial benefit will, as has been mentioned, almost always take the form of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is now the payment method of choice for criminal gangs, for hostile state actors, and, it appears, for reasons known only to themselves, for the Reform Party. With payments made to wallet addresses and not individuals, without the involvement of banks, these payments are, as we know, far harder to subject to anti-money laundering rules or sanctions compliance. Some cryptocurrency products are specifically designed to avoid detection. In my view, the legitimate use of crypto is becoming increasingly difficult to defend. My lords, if I may, there is a parallel that can be drawn between social media and cryptocurrencies. The first smartphone was launched in 2007, and you could argue social media, as we understand it today, came into being a year later with the launch of the App Store. And only now, 18 years later, are we seeing a concerted effort across jurisdictions to try and address the harmful effects of social media on children using smartphones, relying less on the professed good faith of big tech and other providers, rather through comprehensive regulation and even prohibition. My lords, future generations will look back on our handing over smartphones unregulated to children in the same way today we look at photos of Victorian children smoking a pipe. They will ask, what were they thinking? My lords, 2008 was also the year that a seminal and anonymous paper was published setting out the rationale for cryptocurrency. The first cryptocurrency was created the following year. Social media and cryptocurrencies are essentially the same age. My lords, is it not also time for a similar concerted approach to more effectively regulate crypto and make it less obviously useful to criminals and bad actors? Or will future generations ask, what were they thinking? So may I ask the Minister, what steps is the government taking to ensure that the individuals responsible for cryptocurrencies used by any organisation or person designated under the Act will be held accountable? And are there any plans more generally on crypto regulation being made much more effective? My Lords, no one should be above the law or beyond its reach. The security and defence of the country is our first priority, as many noble Lords have said, and for that reason I strongly welcome this bill and the provisions contained within it.
It's a pleasure to follow that thoughtful speech from Lord Doherty. Well, although one person that I wish we could have heard from today was our dear friend Meta, Baroness Ramsay of Cart Vale. She was such an extraordinary expert on these issues for many years in the House and preceding it in her career as an intelligence officer. And I particularly bring her up. We said goodbye to her in a very moving funeral in last Friday in Glasgow. And I was gathering memories and stories about Meta. And one I think it's pertinent to share just now is when she gave a speech, I think it was in Tel Aviv, on the issue of Iran. And this erudite, softly spoken woman that everyone really wanted to be their great aunt, gently said that the IRGC must be eliminated, and I really do mean eliminated. And my friend recalled the jaw of the British ambassador next to him dropping as she said that. But I hope these words are pertinent, because I really hope that the government, the Noble Lord the Minister, will listen to that and agree to be a little bit more meter on this bill. Because while I welcome it like everybody else, it does not achieve the government's stated aim and Jonathan Hall's stated aim of an equivalent measure to terrorist prescription. It is weaker in an array of respects. There are excuses provided by the government for each, but the cumulative effect is a significantly weaker regime. So I thought that the Noble Lord Pollock's point on Hezbollah was pertinent here, and I too, unlike the majority of noble lords who've spoken, noble and learned lords with much greater experience often than terrorism, who appear to have accepted Jonathan Hall's analysis, I still question why we cannot take the approach that we did in 2019 with Hezbollah, and which the US, Canada, Australia and the European Union has taken in fully prescribing the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. That said, we are where we are. We're going to get this on the statute book. We're going to get it on the statute book with extraordinary speed, despite us having asked for this and the government having thought about it for more than 14 months. I really do hope that they will potentially agree to take an extra day or so to strengthen this bill, rather than railroading a weaker measure through to the Commons for one would have to assume, I'm afraid, that the government, if it does maintain this speed of timetable, is doing this as an excuse to get a weaker bill on the statute book, rather than taking a couple of extra days to potentially strengthen this. Now, the government talked about the system of immunity, and the Vienna Convention demands a higher bar as a reason for some of these measures not matching terrorist prescription. But is it not the case? We are not prescribing Tehran here. We are prosecuting the operatives who are using all the tools of terrorism to do their work. And Perhaps this actually points to the need potentially for the IRGC to be treated as a conventional terrorist organisation, unlike some of the other organisations to which this legislation may end up applying. But while I take the argument that in many circumstances you would not wish to treat as as fully terrorist operatives the people who are operating as part of a state enterprise, it is the case that the IRGC has been effectively a full-blown terrorist organisation under our very eyes for many years, and they deserve, and it would send a strong signal to treat them as such with all of the authority and the taboo which would surround even those state officials who would try to claim diplomatic immunity, but we would say that the way in which this organisation operates is so heinous that they deserve the full force of terrorism law. So I hope the government is open to strengthening the approach. I'll just finish to say that one particular issue that I tend to explore in committee is, as many others have said, the approach to displaying of insignia, dissemination of publication, of self-directing promotion of the group. My preference would be simply to put this on the statute book. I'd like also to explore the prospect of a flexible, discretionary approach to be applied to particular organisations on this by the Secretary of State through regulation. I hope that that's an issue that we can get into in committee.
My Lords, as my noble friends have said, we on these benches strongly support this bill, but with some caveats about process, scope and drafting. We felt bafflement and frustration as this government, indeed the last one, failed to act on the very obvious threat from the IRGC. The Conservative government promised to in 2023, but did not deliver in office. But we then accepted that the tool of prescription had to be replaced by a new formula of designation for state bodies. Although I noted what Lord Pollack said about Hezbollah. Interesting. But Jonathan Hall KC's report was delivered over a year ago. And now, having dragged their feet, the government wants to rush this bill through at unseemly speed, at the possible expense of precision. The noble Lord Anderson understandably suggested a draft bill might have been preferable. As the noble Lord the Minister said in his introduction, state threats are, quote, both evolving and enduring. So this bill needs to be scrutinised and stress-tested sufficiently in committee that it produces lasting but nimble legislation which is capable of future adaptation. We know that we are experiencing the equivalent of terrorist acts emanating from states like Iran and Russia in sabotage, physical attacks, arson, firebombing and propaganda, with Jewish communities often shamefully targeted, as well as from China in spying, harassment and death threats to Hong Kong pro-democracy activists. Often proxies are used for these nefarious activities in parallel with espionage and cyber threats from state intelligence agencies. So this bill must be fit for designation of foreign power entities backed by any state. However, the IRGC is the clearest and most obvious one. These benches therefore do envisage seeking to amend the bill so as to ensure on its face that IRGC designation is properly pursued within 1 month, because this is an urgent priority. And if not them, and not in this bill, then who and when? The noble Lord the Minister made encouraging noises about designation for the IRGC, but no commitment. It's a commitment that is needed, not the wiggle room that one suspects some bits of government still seem to want. We also wish to extend the offence of material assistance to a designated body to include the setting up and use of companies or trusts to hide the true ownership of assets belonging to that body, and will explore that in committee. My noble friend Baroness Ducey also sought clarity that organisations could not escape the net of this bill by operating from abroad in this digital world. She also heralded that foreign state threats in this bill should be capable of including super-intelligent AI tools. Many noble lords referred to humanitarian activities, conflict resolution and peace-building efforts. Some of this activity requires, as the noble Lord Anderson put it, quote, intensive dialogue with brutal and unpleasant regimes to whom it may be difficult for Western governments to speak. And I think we all accept that. Now, the noble Lord Davies explained the opposition's objection to the prohibited purpose offence having the limitation of being, quote, prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. The problem, or one problem, with removing this limitation is that it might expose the activities of humanitarian and peace-building organisations to criminalisation. And indeed, the fact that this limitation of the offence, or defence to it, does not appear in the proposed clauses 17b or c on assisting or material benefits, but only in 17a on supporting a foreign power entity, illustrates perhaps the worries raised by the noble Lord Anderson, my noble friends Baroness Tyler, Baroness Northover and others. Now, other organisations besides the IRGC are in our minds, and we have mentioned the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in this debate, and it was debated yesterday. It was no doubt once an office which did what it said on the tin, but it now seems to be an extension of the transnational repression perpetrated by China. The noble Lord Pickles also raised the issue of organisations which might pose a threat but do not fit the definition of state-sponsored threat, such as the Muslim Brotherhood. One could no doubt think of others. I think all noble lords who have spoken have welcomed this bill as an important step forward, but sought to ensure that it is watertight but adaptable, durable but not inflexible. So we do have a task before us at committee, and the government would do well to benefit from all the expertise which I think has been on display this afternoon in this chamber, to listen and to incorporate changes where justified. We are fortunate to have had not only legal, diplomatic and other expertise, but not one, but two former independent reviewers of terrorism legislation involved on this bill, in the noble Lords Anderson and Carlyle, as well as the chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee. So let's draw on all the skills and talents to perfect this bill. I think the government would make a mistake if it was just to rush through without listening to all the very well-intended suggestions for amendments that have been made.
My Lords, can I begin by thanking all noble lords from across your Lordship's House who have contributed to this thoughtful and stimulating debate. It's a great privilege to give the closing speech for the opposition benches, having heard from many noble lords with a huge amount of expertise and experience in the legal, security, ISC sectors. Before reflecting on the specific provisions we would like to see refined in this bill, it is worth outlining the context under which your lordships have received this legislation. The opposition benches have long recognised the growing threat posed by hostile state actors and their proxies, and we wholeheartedly support the aim of strengthening the tools available to protect the UK's national security. And of course we support the general principles of this bill and concur with the motivations behind it. Now, I accept this bill goes beyond the IRGC the noble Lord Alton, gave a long list of both threats and, sadly, events in the UK in recent years, and this bill rightly should cover state threats in general. But the IRGC is obviously and rightly the first target of this bill. My Lords, it is undeniable that the legislative provisions here should have been brought before Parliament long before now. For many months, noble lords from across your Lordship's House have repeatedly called for stronger action against the IRGC, most recently in the committee and report stages of the Crime and Policing Bill, where time and time again calls were made in many different quarters for prescription of the IRGC or an equivalent. Those calls were resisted, amendments were opposed, arguments were dismissed, the opinion of the House was tested but ignored. Yet we now find ourselves considering a bill whose principal purpose, or primary purpose, is to establish a legislative framework through which organisations such as the IRGC may be designated. And that does raise the question, if the government accepts the need for such a framework, why has action not been taken sooner? The threats posed by the Iranian regime and the IRGC did not suddenly emerge in recent weeks. And had the government listened to arguments that were being made in this chamber months ago, Parliament would not now be scrutinising significant national security legislation under such compressed timescales. My Lords, that matters because legislation must be more than well-intentioned, it must also be effective. And where Parliament identifies legislative gaps or ambiguities, it is our duty to address them. It is in that spirit that we approach this bill, and it is in that spirit that I wish to address and emphasise a few of the concerns that my noble friend Lord Davis of Gower raised before. The first of those is the prohibited purpose test. As it stands, Clause 2 enables hostile state proxies to receive greater protection than terrorist organisations because it imposes a greater burden on the prosecution under this bill than in the Terrorism Act 2000. Pausing there, the point has been made, I think most powerfully by noble Lords Lord Barrow and Lord Carlisle, that we should not expect to simply cut and paste the Terrorism Act into this bill. Now, I acknowledge that, but the Terrorism Act remains the blueprint. And throughout Jonathan Hall's report, he uses the phrase equivalent to powers in the Terrorism Act again and again. So I appreciate the need for subtlety, as I think noble Lord Carlisle called for. But whilst the threats may be different, these are analogous statutory regimes. They're equivalents, and they should not, the regime in this bill should not be weaker than the Terrorism Act, and any differences should have a very clear rationale. So returning to Clause 2, as drafted, there are two conditions for the offence of supporting a designated body. Those are inviting support for or expressing a belief that is supportive of a designated body and this is the additional part, a requirement that support was given for a prohibited purpose that was prejudicial to the safety of the UK. And the requirement, that additional requirement that prosecutors must prove both conduct as well as the defendant's prohibited purpose does create an additional evidential burden. It does make this harder to prosecute, and it does make it harder to secure a conviction, as well as adding another layer of bureaucracy in a process which should be fair but also streamlined. And as I've said, much of this bill has been drafted with Section 12 of the Terrorism Act 2000 as the blueprint, and yet there is no similar provision in the Terrorism Act. Turning secondly to preparatory conduct, there is a gap in the bill as drafted in the prevention and prosecution of hostile activity before actual harm takes place. The purpose of national security legislation is both to punish hostile activity and to prevent it from occurring. Now, the bill primarily focuses on completed acts of support, assistance, or financial benefit to a designated body. And that leaves a gap because it may be entirely feasible that law enforcement agencies are aware of an individual actively preparing to assist a designated organisation, but lack the powers to intervene until further steps have been taken. And that's particularly concerning given the nature of modern hostile state activity, which often relies upon recruitment, facilitation, planning and preparation long before any substantive any substantive offence is committed. Parliament has long recognised that challenge in other areas of national security. The Terrorism Act contains a range of preparatory and precursor offences, and it reflects the principle that intervention at the earliest possible stage is often necessary to protect the public and safeguard national security. If the government believes that designated organisations pose a sufficient threat to warrant the creation of this new designation regime, it is difficult to understand why similar preventative principles should not apply. And the government in the other place has said that the bill has been deliberately drafted as a targeted and narrowly focused piece of legislation. Ministers stated that the bill was intended to be narrow, but did not explain why this gap remains. And my lords, a bill being narrow does not necessarily mean it is complete. So I hope that the noble Lord the Minister will clarify this point, because of course national security legislation is most effective when it enables disruption and prevention, as well as prosecution after the event. Thirdly, the point on uniforms and insignia. The bill creates an inconsistency with existing national security legislation by failing to address the issues of uniforms and insignia associated with designated organisations. It has been established in Parliament that support for dangerous organisations is not demonstrated solely through direct assistance or financial support. We know that uniforms and insignia can be used to demonstrate allegiance to a hostile organisation. They can intimidate communities and political opponents, and they can promote and legitimise dangerous organisations. Section 13 of the Terrorism Act makes it an offence to wear clothing or display articles in circumstances that arouse reasonable suspicion that an individual is a member or supporter of a prescribed organisation. And yet, my lords, no equivalent provision appears in this bill. And that creates the illogical situation whereby Parliament can determine an organisation presents a sufficient threat to warrant designation, but public displays of support for the same organisation remain lawful. And the government's argument against this is essentially that designated organisations are different from terrorist organisations. But my lords, this again doesn't answer the central question. Why should organisations deemed sufficiently dangerous to be designated under this legislation be subject to weaker restrictions than terrorist organisations? My lords, in closing, I reiterate that the concerns I've just raised and my noble friend Lord Davis has raised earlier are not rejections to the principles of the bill. Rather, they are attempts to ensure that the framework we establish is as effective as possible. Legitimate questions have been raised during the course of this debate about the operation of particular provisions and gaps that remain within the legislation. As I've said, narrowness is not a substitute for completeness. If there are weaknesses that can be addressed now, Parliament must address them now. We should not leave them to be discovered later in the course of prosecutions under this legislation. I thank the government for finally bringing forward legislation in this area, but the task before your lordships is not simply to welcome the bill, but to improve it. And I look forward to hearing the noble Lord the Minister's response.
I'm grateful to the 24 noble lords who've spoken in the debate, and I'm particularly grateful, if I may say so, for the contributions from the front benches of HMG opposition and the Liberal Democrats and Lord Davis of Gower, Lord Cameron of Lochiel, Baroness Ludford and Baroness Ducey, who have given broad support to the bill but have raised important questions, as have other noble lords, which we seek to respond to during the course of this debate. I just want to pay tribute also, if I may, to Baroness Ramsey of Cartvale, who obviously contributed to this House right up to very recently, and the Noble Lord Walney's comments are welcome for that. Can I just start by reminding the House that this legislation was a manifesto commitment. According to members today, it has been long overdue or rushed. And I'm trying my best to find a happy medium that says a manifesto commitment was put in place and a manifesto commitment was commissioned by the Home Secretary then to commission Jonathan Hall KC to produce a report 3 or 4 months after the manifesto election commitment was ratified by the electorate. We've commissioned that report. The report has been produced to this government in May, June last year. We've had time to consider that report. Colleagues in the House will know that last year's parliamentary session was very busy, very crammed, and we wanted to bring legislation forward at the first opportunity. And at the first opportunity, in the gracious speech, we've brought forward this legislation, and we've brought it forward now to give a framework, again I say to the House, for the Home Secretary to be able to act on that framework in very short order if royal assent is achieved. So rushed, long overdue. I hope the House will have patience that we are trying to do the right thing to deal with severe threats, because again I noticed particularly that the Noble Lord Pickles said we've got to stay ahead of the threats. I accept that in full. We've had my noble friend Lord Beamish speaking from the ISC perspective, Baroness Gill, my noble friend Baroness Dacre of Lewisham, the Noble Lord Barrow, who speaks with great experience, Baroness Taylor of Enfield, the Noble Lord Alton of Liverpool, and Baroness Verma, who have all pointed to the extremely important fact that the Director General of MI5 has said to the government and to the House and to the public that state threats have increased by 35%. So we need to take action. We understand we need to take action, and we need to do it in a way that maintains the cohesion of the community, as the Noble Baroness has said. And to the Noble Lord Polak, I say his personal experience is one that should not be acceptable to society as a whole. His grandchildren should not fear walking to school or face barriers that my grandchildren don't. Just for the simple reason that we were both born in the same city, but we have both potentially different cultural and religious backgrounds. His grandchildren should not face those threats for those reasons, and that individual impact should be at the back thought of all we do in bringing this bill forward. And the Noble Lord Shinkwin reminded us of the freedoms that all of our grandparents fought for and great-grandparents fought for. And they're important that we do. Now, there's a number of issues, and I'm going to try and deal with each major issue in turn that has been raised. And the issues that have been raised is the IRGC self-evidently and other nations, the Preparatory Act issue, the prohibited purpose issue, uniforms and insignia, the humanitarian issue, which a lot of noble lords have spoken to in detail, the issue of a review, and a series of other issues which I'll try and touch on if time allows. The House has tempted me to talk about individual nations, China, Russia, and indeed Iran. What I want to try and do is to just explain to the House again, this is a framework for the Home Secretary to take action on advice for an affirmative resolution, going to the point that the Noble Baroness Ducey mentioned, for designation under this Act of any body particularly. Noble Lords have mentioned the IRGC in particular, the Noble Lord Davis, Lord Beamish, Lord Barrow, Lord Walney, Lord Alton of Liverpool, and Baroness Ducey, Baroness Neville-Jones, Baroness Taylor of Enfield, and Baroness Verma. I understand what those concerns are. That's why we've put sanctions on the IRGC already. That's why we've taken a range of measures against the IRGC members already. But the powers under this bill are a framework for the Home Secretary to look at the significant implications that this will have for national security and for foreign policy. Parliament should set a framework about how these powers are used. And I say to all those who've raised the IRGC in particular, this government understands that, absolutely, understands it, absolutely. But the framework of this power is, if we receive royal assent, for the Home Secretary to determine how and when this power is used. And again, I come back to the point, there will be an affirmative resolution in the event of any designation coming forward, but I'm not going to comment today on the IRGC particularly. And I don't think, as I've explained privately to both front benches, the hybridity of this bill, with the IRGC included, would damage the capability of taking these matters forward in a very early way. So I hope we can look at the bill and the power, and not necessarily at the moment how it would be used. The second question, which was raised particularly by the HMG opposition front bench, and I understand this, is the one about the preparatory conduct offence. I would argue this additional offence is not needed. Preparatory conduct is an offence in the existing National Security Act under Section 18, and that offence applies to specific offences, including spying, espionage, entering a prohibited place for a prejudicial purpose, and indeed sabotage. And it also covers acts of violence, serious risk, and issues impacting upon members of the public in the UK. So I would argue it isn't needed. Now, we may end up having a debate at committee on that, but I think for the moment I just want to say that to the Noble Lords. We've also had the prohibited purpose test, which the Noble Lord Davis of Gower mentioned in his opening remarks. It has been suggested that the prohibited purpose test that applies to the support offence at new section 17A is unnecessary and should be removed. I would like to reiterate that doing so, in my view, would criminalise legitimate humanitarian aid activity, and the inclusion of this test reflects that there will be occasions, we might not like it, but there still will be occasions when UK persons need to have legitimate dealings with a state entity, whether that is a British diplomat or an NGO delivering humanitarian aid. And to remove that would, in my view, again, be very difficult and challenging. We may again revisit that at committee, but I hope that we can look at the arguments put forward and accept those arguments at the moment. There's also been a question about overseas activity, and it was suggested the bill does not go far enough in the support offence as it applies to overseas activity. It's claimed that the offence should reapply to assisting a designated body in any activity overseas. Again, I would just suggest that we can reflect on this in the next few days, but the Noble Lord, I would suggest the amendment would be unnecessary. Lord Verderami touched on this. I'll come back to his points again in a moment. But new section 17B, introduced by clause 2 of the bill, does make it an offence to assist a designated body in its overseas activity where those activities are prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. And if I give a concrete example in this, a UK person, for example, assisting a designated body in its efforts to disrupt the military supply chain of an ally would commit an offence, because the ally is still an ally, and that is the key necessary test that we make. And similarly, inspired acts would deal with those who are inspired by state actors to commit self-directed acts. The offences in section 17A and 17B do not require there to be any direction or tasking from a designated body, only the intention to support that body. Now, the fourth issue that's been raised is the important issue of criminalising the wearing of uniforms and insignia. Now, again, we've asked Jonathan Hall KC to review this area of legislation. His view, clear in his report, independently produced, was why it was necessary to take a different approach to state bodies. It would impact on legitimate engagement with a designated state body, which would need to continue, for example, in diplomatic channels. Like it or not, that's the reality of the world at large. We've instead crafted the support offence to ensure it would capture conduct that was calculated to advance the harmful activities of the designated body, and this would include the use of insignia and publication of images to support the designated body, where the person wears, displays or publishes for the purpose, and again, key legal test, prejudicial to the UK. And I also just want, in touching on that area, I'll go back to the Noble Lord Polak's point about passport seizure. We're committed to legislating on that. We're going to do it. We're just not going to do it in this bill. But this bill, again, is a specific designed piece of legislation to give powers to the Home Secretary, and we have further national security legislation later in this Parliament. A number of Noble Lords have mentioned the humanitarian aid, and I want to focus on that in detail, because it's an important issue. Noble Lord Barrow, Baroness Ducey, Lord Altwood of Liverpool, Baron Anderson of Ipswich have particularly raised these issues. I want to assure the Noble Lords that we've crafted the bill to ensure that legitimate activities such as diplomacy and activities that support basic human needs are not caught within the offences. The key test here is that support for a designated body or overseas activities by the body must be prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. Officials have already talked with a number of NGOs. Ministers will meet with the Red Cross very shortly to listen to their concerns, and we are satisfied that the tests in the bill properly protect legitimate humanitarian assistance. Now again, Baroness Hellick, Baroness de Souza, Baroness Northover, Baroness Taylor of Enfield and Lord Anderson have all raised this issue. If I can I just potentially help the Noble Lord Anderson particularly by covering the issue of pepper and heart. Receipt of information by an aid worker would not be criminalised by this bill. The word information in the bill does not mean any information, which is clear from the preceding words. It has to possess an inherent value that enriches the recipient. I'm happy to make a pepper and heart statement that new section 17C does not apply. Likewise, I'm also happy to confirm that section 17A and B will not criminalise legitimate humanitarian aid, as that is not contrary to the safety or to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. And ultimately, again, as the noble and learned Lord Carlisle of Beru mentioned, there is a legal backstop on this, in that the security decisions on those prosecutions are taken by the Attorney General ultimately in these areas. I also don't want to create a blanket exemption which could be easily exploited by state actors. That's an important issue. I have a genuine concern that exemptions would potentially create a relatively simple loophole for hostile actors to exploit. But I just want to reassure all those who've spoken on this that it is not the intention of the bill to criminalise the provision of legitimate humanitarian aid, and it's also not the effect of the offences as drafted. This was clearly set out by my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, in the other House last week, and we will, of course, look at this in detail.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. He's referred a number of times to humanitarian aid. He's also referred to diplomacy, and of course diplomats have a special defence or exemption of their own. He hasn't said anything about those engaged in the prevention or resolution of conflict, and I wonder if he would like to associate them with the statements he's made about humanitarian aid.
To do that, but I want to give clarity on these matters. So if the Noble Lord will allow me, given that was being raised separately, I will write to him with an assurance on that, and if necessary, I'll share that. Well, I will share that, not if necessary. I will share that with both opposition front benches, so they're aware of that. But I want to give absolute legal clarity, as the Noble Lord would expect on these matters. But, of course, yeah.
Is he intending to meet the Red Cross?
Life and diaries are fluid, but it will be before next week of the second, the committee stage and report stage and third reading of this bill. So it will not be after that; it will be before that. But as we speak, representations and diaries are being coordinated. Leave it at that, if I may. Anyway, the sixth vital point, and this again was raised by Baroness Ducey legitimately, but also by Lord Barrow, by Baroness Taylor of Enfield, and indeed by the Noble Lord Carlisle, which is the issue of whether there will be a review. It's a valid and significant point, but as has been pointed out again by the Noble Lord Carlisle of Beru, the National Security Act of 2023 already gives the independent reviewer of state threats legislation the right to oversight, and also mandates them absolutely to carry out an annual review of the operations of the provisions of the bill. So I would suggest that I hope that is sufficient to head off at the pass an amendment on this issue, because not that the amendment's not right or wrong or necessary, it's because the bill already is covered by the National Security Act on those particular points. Lord Veridami also mentioned in passing the question of assisting a designated body offence not capture non-UK nationals. I just say to him there that a non-UK national planning an attack in the UK from overseas would be materially assisting activities taking place in the UK. It is the activities of the designated body, such as an attack in the UK, that determines whether assistance is captured. And the bill also introduces the designated body condition, which allows the existing National Security Act offences to apply to activity linked to designated bodies, not just to foreign states. Lord Alton continues to chew at my ankles correctly about the issue of transnational repression. I would argue that the bill will make it easier to achieve prosecutions where there is a designated body, such as a proxy organisation, involved in transnational repression, and we will continue, as I said yesterday in our statement, to try to tackle transnational repression in a number of ways. But my of course, yeah.
Very grateful to the opportunity to chew at the noble Lord's ankles again for a moment, if I may. Can I ask him specifically if he will continue the discussions that the Security Minister's office has been having about the United Front Works Department that acts on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party, which wouldn't be covered by the terms of the bill. And although I agree that he would not want to put actors onto the face of the bill, the generic issues that it involves should be. He also perhaps could take the opportunity of confirming whether he will circulate the reply that he has sent me on behalf of the Joint Committee on Human Rights to members who have spoken in today's debate.
Absolutely. I will make sure that the reply I gave to the Noble Lord again in recent time today, because it's a fast-moving pace and we're trying to get this matter sorted. I will do that for the Noble Lord, and I will refer the points that he's made to the Security Minister also. My noble friend Baroness Dacres rightly mentioned the question of diaspora. The power is actor agnostic and applies equally to all individuals in the UK. So we're not targeting particular diaspora. It targets conduct that is carried out for a purpose prejudicial to the UK's safety. We've also had the question of, inverted commas, I use this phrase guardedly, useful idiots, which was quoted by Baroness Northover and echoed by my noble friend Baroness Gill. The new offences concern various thresholds for criminals to be caught. For example, criminals can be caught by the offence of assisting a designated body where they ought to know their conduct is materially existing a designated body. But it's also important to put on the record for the noble Baroness, the criminals do not need to know that a group has been designated for offences to be committed. That carries, I hope, that issue for, inverted commas, useful idiots. I call them terrorists, but useful idiots is also a reasonable phrase that we can attribute to them. But my noble friend Baroness Gill and the noble Lord Doherty of Milngay also mentioned, quite rightly, the issue of cryptocurrency and whether cryptocurrency used by designated bodies or individuals, how do we hold that more accountable? The government's already committed to tackling all forms of economic crime, including the misuse of crypto assets. All UK crypto asset firms are now required to register with the Financial Conduct Authority to comply with money laundering. We've also strengthened law enforcement through the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act, and we're now going to go further with the introduction of further measures which include the Financial Conduct Authority delivering a new crypto asset regulatory regime, UK crypto asset firms required to conduct due diligence, and the Financial Services Bill 2026 introducing targeted powers to allow more crypto asset recovery powers. I'm trying to, given the time, to cover all of the points that noble lords have mentioned. I hope I have. But I will obviously read Hansard again, and if there are further points I can respond to, I will do so. Because what I want to do, and this is the key point, is get this bill through to royal assent so the Home Secretary can determine how she uses those powers to deal with the issues that have been raised on the floor of the House today. That's an important measure. I want to ensure that between now and next Tuesday that we deal with any of those points, and I try and get a consensus to pass this bill, make it an act, put it to royal assent for His Majesty the King to agree to, and for us then to, as a matter of some urgency, determine how we tackle the very many threats that are facing this country at the moment. I thank the noble lords for the engagement, but also for the expertise brought to this debate today. But ultimately, I beg to move this bill has a second reading, and I hope that the House will support it tonight.
Is that this bill be now read a second time? As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
To move that the commitment motion standing in my name on the order paper be agreed.
The question is that this bill be committed to a committee of the whole House. As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. We'll have a short break before I call the next business. Carbon Budget Order 2026, Lord Whitehead.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House approves the Draft Climate Change Act 2008 Carbon Budget Order 2026 and the Climate Change Act 2008 Credit Limit Order 2026. I thank the committee for their consideration. The Draft Carbon Budget Order 2026 was laid before the House on the 2nd of June and the Draft Credit Limit Order 2026 on the 14th of April. Now, my Lords, it may be that the fact that we are sitting here this evening on the second of 4 hottest days that there ever have been in June, and after a similar number of hottest ever days in May, we may think whether we should debate whether to do anything about climate change or not under those circumstances sort of answers itself, I think. But we have a far more scientific way to do that, action on climate change at the moment, and that is that this carbon budget order sets a science-led budget to reduce emissions by about 87% for the period 2038 to 2042 compared to 1990 levels. And this is in line with the level recommended by the Independent Climate Change Committee and endorsed by the Environmental Audit Committee. The detailed impact assessment published alongside the carbon budget order provides a rigorous assessment of options, all showing significant benefits of continuing towards net zero over abandoning it. And the proposed 7th carbon budget sets a pragmatic and achievable path that will enable the UK to continue seizing the benefits of clean energy and climate action, including energy security, lower bills, good jobs and growth, and health and nature benefits. This is also consistent with the action needed globally to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement binding on the UK, the UK's 1.5 degree aligned nationally determined contribution for 2035. We can only fight for our national interest by pushing for global action built on the power of our domestic example. A delivery plan setting out how Carbon Budget 7 will be met will be published as soon as is reasonably practical after Parliament has approved the budget, and I would emphasise that point in as much as what we are debating today is the question of the level at which Carbon Budget 7 should be set. We are not debating, or should not be debating, the policies that will follow on set by the government in response to making sure it can meet that particular level. And those particular policies, as I have emphasised, will be published shortly, but that is not really a question for debate in detail today. Under the Climate Change Act, the Secretary of State is required to set a limit on the number of international credits that can be used towards a carbon budget at least 18 months before the budget period starts, and that is very relevant to the second SI we are discussing tonight concerning credit limit order. And this order sets a zero credit limit for the carbon budget 5 period of 2028 to 2032. It does not represent a change in policy, but reflects that carbon budget 5 can be met through domestic action. All other carbon budgets to date have been delivered solely through domestic action. The order takes into account the advice of the Independent Committee on Climate Change that carbon budget 5 can and should be achieved without the use of international credits. And this also ensures that the UK economy will profit from the co-benefits of the transition. Now, the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee has reported on the carbon budget order, and I'm grateful to the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee for their report on the order and for the careful consideration of this draft instrument. And the committee noted the importance of incentivising the shift to clean electricity. And the government recognises that rebalancing the price ratio between electricity and gas is important to long-term fairness, so that electricity prices reflect the falling cost of clean power. And we are taking steps to address this from Budget 2025, removing £150 of costs off energy bills, to the success of the Contracts for Difference scheme in bringing forth new renewable assets at fixed competitive prices, which are beginning to decouple electricity and gas markets, and reforms through reformed national pricing to enable us to further bear down on network constraint costs and improve system efficiency. Now, my Lords, I recognise the non-fatal amendments tabled by the Noble Lord Moynihan for discussion today, and I will address the points that the Noble Lord has raised in turn. In relation to the carbon budget order, the Noble Lord firstly suggests that this will increase reliance on intermittent renewables. The government is in fact strengthening energy security by reducing dependency on volatile fossil fuel markets and delivering a diverse, secure and clean energy system. This will be backed by unabated gas only when it is essential, and any residual emissions would be offset by removals. The Noble Lord suggests that the order will cause higher energy prices. Now, the main driver of high energy costs has been global gas prices, which have also pushed up electricity prices. Clean power is what will give us control over prices, with the offshore wind secured in our recent auction 40% cheaper than building and operating new gas plants. On causing deindustrialisation, this government is committed to supporting UK industry to decarbonise whilst protecting and creating thousands of jobs across the UK. And we are taking ambitious steps to lay the groundwork for further industry investment. And last year, the government set out its modern industrial strategy, which will drive forward ambition for UK business operating in the clean energy space. With regard to economic growth, setting Carbon Budget 7 at this level builds on the UK's pioneering Climate Change Act 2008, providing a framework for combining economic growth and climate action. Now, a fairly simple and straightforward comparison. The UK has cut its emissions by 54% since 1990, whilst growing the economy by over 85%. In other words, emissions reduction and growing the economy has been fully and effectively decoupled over that period. And indeed, since July 2024, the UK has seen over £100 billion of private investment announced in clean energy, and the government's clean energy plans are expected to support 400,000 extra jobs by 2030. With regard to claims that retaining the carbon tax negatively impacts household and industry, well, the biggest threat to energy security is the UK's dependency on volatile fossil fuel markets, not the carbon price applied under the emissions trading scheme. The UK has had an emissions trading scheme in place for over 20 years. It provides stability to UK businesses and industry, supporting them to take long-term investment and planning decisions, while free allowances protect sectors at risk of carbon leakage. Ensuing we decarbonise over time without undermining UK competitiveness and limiting many sectors' exposure to the carbon price. It has already played a key role in ending the burning of coal for electricity, setting us on our way to being a clean energy superpower. In relation to behaviour change, the Noble Lord suggests that the carbon budget order relates to a reduction in livestock numbers and meat and dairy consumption. This government has been clear that we will meet our targets in a way that does not tell people how to live and behave. The transition will be led by consumer choice. Accepting the CCC's recommended target does not mean we replicate their pathway. There are a number of other issues which I'm sure will be raised in the debate this afternoon, among other things offshoring UK emissions, and indeed there are clear actions being undertaken as far as CBAM and various other things to make sure that doesn't happen, and we're taking precautionary action to prevent carbon leakage. In conclusion, these orders set a clear, credible pathway to net zero and ensure that these emissions reductions are delivered at home. And I urge Noble Lords to act together in the interest of current and future generations by agreeing these statutory instruments, which will give us energy security, will give us lower bills, good jobs, cleaner air, and to protect our homes for our children and grandchildren. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. Amendment, Lord Moynihan.
My Lords, whilst preceding my noble friend Lord Deben, I'd like to pay tribute to his lifetime work which he's done on climate change, and whilst our views will certainly differ this evening, I share with him a passionate belief that we should work towards tackling climate change, to which there are, as he will agree, many different routes to achieve that goal. We're meant to be the revising chamber capable of detailed consideration of government measures, yet we have just 6 minutes each, and as the Minister has shown, that is insufficient. My Lords, as Minister for Energy in the salient benchmark year of 1990, I launched the first renewables round, the non-fossil fuel obligation, whilst also encouraging the growth in offshore gas with strong environmental prerequisites to ban non-essential flaring, whilst securing gas to CCGTs, thus creating firm, low-cost power to generate economic growth, jobs and prosperity. Low-cost electricity is the lifeblood of a successful economy. My business career and time in politics have taught me that a headlong rush based on dishonest zealotry will be costly and unattainable, and will not just jeopardise but destroy economic growth. The UK produced circa 367 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2025, meaning by 2039 we will have to reduce our annual emissions by more than 2/3, with all the low-hanging fruit already picked. The capital and finance costs alone are estimated to be £880 billion. Government claims for the benefits are all target-derived prices to justify the policy, and we've seen the stumbling blocks impeding the rollout of heat pumps and zero-emission vehicles, not to mention the commercial challenges facing carbon capture and storage. The Climate Change Committee has estimated that in order to meet the emissions target, household consumption of meat and dairy would have to fall by 25%. The number of sheep and cattle would have to fall by 50%. Farmers will be required to diversify away from livestock farming to double tree planting rates by 2030 and double peatland restoration by 2040. Where is the plan? When will the government tell the public that they intend to halve the number of sheep and cattle in the United Kingdom with inevitable price rise increases in the supermarkets? And when does the government intend to tell the residential building sector that it will have to spend up to £15 billion a year on low-carbon heating systems? And add to all this the costs we introduce through this measure, demand management to apply to air travel, increasing the cost of short-haul flights, such as between London and Alicante, by £150, and long-haul flights, such as between London and New York, by £300. Industry is already facing the stark reality of the highest prices for electricity in the OECD. But the Climate Change Committee now estimate that British industry would face net costs of up to £3 billion per year in every year between 2025 to 2050. My Lords, does Ed Miliband have the remotest idea of what this will do to British industry and the economy? And what is worse is that my reading of the economics is that the capital expenditures required for solar and offshore wind are hugely underestimated. Perhaps the Minister can explain how the CCC expects offshore wind to cost around £1,500 a kilowatt hour, whereas actual projects like Hornsea 3 are expected to cost over double that. And if he can't, then the upfront capital costs are underestimated, making the CCC's claim of operating cost savings compared to fossil fuels highly questionable. I look for the CCC's total gross cost of their pathways, and I cannot understand why they're absent. And no wonder the UK boss of EDF Energy has said, and I quote, "We should stop building wind farms and focus instead on raising demand for electricity. As a country, we've always got it wrong. So now we have this large infrastructure, twice as much as we need, which means we also need to build twice the transmission grid. No wonder almost £800 million has been spent on so-called curtailment payments so far this year alone, putting 2026 on course to eclipse the £1.4 billion spent on switching off turbines last year. Heavy manufacturing and chemical sectors argue that orders before us this evening introduce additional bureaucracy without tangible environmental benefits. Customers are understandably worried about the cost burden and the major lifestyle changes required by law, not by choice, as the Minister just said, but by law in how people heat their homes, what they can eat, and how they travel. And all of this is based on an accounting policy which wholly ignores the impact on global warming from the supply chains we rely on. We're blind to the coal-fired CO2 belching furnaces in China, many in Xinjiang province with Uyghur labour, which produce the polycrystalline and solar panels for us. China delivers an estimated 140 to 200 million tonnes of CO2 annually, just manufacturing solar panels, accounting for about 1% of China's total annual emission. And we don't count that. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo produces 70% of the world's cobalt, a core component in lithium-ion batteries used for electric vehicles and grid-scale energy storage, with its forced evictions, land disposals, and child labour. And we don't count that. We ignore that. My Lords, we do not have clean, homegrown energy. It is time to prioritise cheap energy over clean energy, remove the heavy weight of carbon taxes off our electricity prices, and exploit all remaining North Sea oil and gas reserves in the same way the Norwegians do on their side of the median line. Gas which is 4 times less polluting than the LNG we have to import instead from the States. And that would strengthen our energy security.
The original question was that the regulations laid before the House on June the 2nd be approved, since when an amendment has been moved by Lord Moynihan at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
My Lords, I declare an interest of having been Chairman of the Climate Change Committee for 11 years. I chair a company advising on sustainability, business continuity and risk, and I'm a partner in a small organic arable and livestock farm. So it may be said that one knows a little bit about what we're talking about. And I do say to my noble friend that I listened to him yesterday make a brilliant speech on sport. And the brilliance of it was that, first of all, he explained why the government had got it wrong. Secondly, he explained how to put it right. Now, the problem with his speech this evening is that neither of those have been part of it. It is no good standing up and saying they don't like this or don't like that. The truth is, a Conservative government was previously, when in opposition, the creator of the Climate Change Act, turned it into a cross-party agreement where every Conservative government has supported these policies to end up with meeting our Paris Agreement, which a Conservative government signed. And yet, at the moment, all we're hearing is opposition to what is being proposed by the government on the basis of the very best advice that they could have. Now, there are a number of things I think the government is getting wrong. I think any idea of loosening the movement to EVs is a great mistake, and I do think that the government is spending too much money on carbon capture and storage, as a matter of fact. But those are reasonable arguments to have from the point of view that we have actually got to protect ourselves from the climate change, which surely we're beginning to understand, as all the businesses I deal with understand, is no longer on the risk register, it's on today's issue. How do we deal with this? And the public and our grandchildren will never forgive us if what we do is to pretend that we are in favour of this in general, but not actually prepared to take the measures which are necessary. And these figures are the necessary measures, and they're done far enough in advance for us to be able to deal with this. And therefore, I have to say, it's very interesting we should talk about intermittent renewables. The intermittency at the moment is with actually fossil fuels. The problem is that we cannot rely on them. And it's interesting that, that this is evidently causing higher energy prices. 67% of the higher prices in this country and around Europe is because of the higher price of gas. And what the proposals of my noble friend is to spend more money and more time on gas, instead of recognising that there is another fault of this government. And that is that it has wrongly continued the Conservative policy which I opposed for 20 years, which was to put the costs of the necessary change on the bills of the customer, instead of what they did between 1945 and 51, when the Labour Party did the last huge change in our system, when they rightly said that was a taxpayer's price. Now, if that came off now and was put onto the taxpayer's bill, we would be properly competitive, and we would become more and more competitive as we moved. It's all right talking about the Chinese. The Chinese are going to be net zero by 2060, which means 2050, because they always promise in advance much, much less than they actually deliver. Every other country in the world that's thinking about the future is moving in this direction because renewables are dependable and they are also cheaper. And this idea that somehow it's deindustrialising Britain, the GVA of manufacturing industry has grown in real terms since the Climate Change Act. The CBI points out that there was £105 billion investment in added value in 2025 alone. This is a whole operation presented improperly. There's nothing in this which is going to change whether I can grow my excellent red poll cattle or not. What the fact is that what the Climate Change Committee has been suggesting as a reduction in our meat eating is considerably less than the medics think we ought to do, considerably less than Dimbleby said we ought to do in his food strategy, and actually is less than is happening now naturally. We've had a 10% cut in the way that people are eating, and there is nothing in this that forces people to do more than that. And it seems to me that what we really have to recognise is that many of the people who are going to be opposing this tonight are the same people who told us how wonderful leaving the European Union was. And the truth of the matter is we can look at that. We have got to look forward into a society in which we've protected our children and grandchildren from the menace of climate change. And until the opposition is prepared to stand up with an alternative system that delivers that, it must be right to support what the government is putting forward.
My Lords, as a Member of Parliament, I was unable to vote for the original climate change legislation. It seemed to me to be totally unrealistic. It was likely to be extremely expensive, and I thought it would be self-defeating. It was quite obvious a large number of important economies around the world would not adopt this. it was extremely likely that an economy like China would use the huge opportunity of our self-inflicted wound to export more and more to us, burning lots of coal and gas to do so, and marine diesel to get it here, and we would deindustrialize too rapidly. And that is, of course, exactly what is happening. The noble lord, my friend, on these benches has just asserted we have not deindustrialized. Well, he needs to look at the facts. We are losing massive amounts of traditional industry, of petrochemicals, of ceramics, of glass fiber. Many companies have gone down, many plants are being closed. We're losing our traditional steel industry. It is true we've had great success in an industry like pharmaceuticals, which is what maybe he had in mind with the figures he was quoting, but he cannot get away from the fact that it's doing huge damage now, closing factories, closing plants, losing its jobs. But my first objection to this proposal of the government's tonight is that I don't think we should adopt a national, very tough carbon budget without knowing what the impact is going to be on carbon dioxide produced elsewhere in the world. And you need to look at the net position, not just at the UK's position. And I suspect it's going to be like, in the future, the last 20 years, where there won't be a big net reduction in world CO2. There'll probably be an increase in world CO2, because there will be all the extra marine diesel for the imports, there will be the shifting of our gas down a pipe from our own fields into LNG, which my noble friend from the front bench has stressed is much more CO2 intensive, and we will be dependent more and more for traditional industrial products on countries that may use methods that are more CO2 intensive, as well as all the obvious extra environmental costs from the way they get the raw materials out of the ground, all the social costs of the conditions of labor they use for producing the products, and the extra transport involved in the imports. My second big objection to this measure is cost. We are given a provisional figure of 880 billion, or 35 billion a year. My noble friend is right that this is likely to be a gross underestimate of the true cost. I would challenge the Minister on how much he thinks grid expansion is going to cost, because the grid expansion has to be on a completely unprecedented scale, because he's first of all needing a much bigger grid to deliver the current amount of power we need when it all becomes renewable rather than more dependable gas-fired, which doesn't need nearly so much grid. But if we are really going to treble or quadruple our use of electricity to replace the gas we burn in our home heating and to replace the petrol and diesel we burn in our transport, because electricity is still a minority part of the power we use, then the mind boggles at just how many pylons are going to have to be all around the country and just how much grid capacity there is going to have to be to deliver all that extra power. I think the Minister also needs to understand that whilst he is right legally that he can meet his commitments now by coming up with a probably completely fictional plan for 12 to 16 years' time for the amount of carbon the country will actually produce, he doesn't have to show in any detail how you might get there. My advice to all governments is don't try and predict the future after 10 years. Nobody can. Everything's going to change. We couldn't even predict who the Prime Minister was going to be a year ago in the current government as we meet tonight on the eve of a new Prime Minister. So how on earth can we predict how big the UK economy is going to be in 2040? How can we predict whether any of our industry of a traditional kind has survived or not? How can we predict what the technologies are going to be? Because it may be that the so-called new technologies around the lithium-ion battery currently being the main marketing ploy of those who favour this kind of policy will be completely old hat in 10 or 15 years' time. There may be something genuinely better. There may be an electric product I want to buy because it really works well and it is genuinely cheaper. My next challenge to the Minister is I do not believe this line that electricity is cheap and will get cheaper the more renewables we use. The evidence is there for all to see. We have gone further than most with renewables. We had the dearest electricity in the advanced world. And one of the reasons is the cost of renewable. A lot of the renewable power is contracted at very high guaranteed prices. But worse still, we need the gas power stations, and we need to pay them for doing nothing because you need the backup. And so, of course, it's going to be a lot dearer to have the electricity from renewables because you've got to pay twice because you've got to have two different lots of capital equipment. The Minister has wisely limited my time, so I will have to suffice with just those few very strong objections. I back my noble friend with his proposal.
Yeah. Well, my lords, this has been a very interesting debate so far, and I thank my noble friend for his very detailed explanation of the orders before us. I'm not sure we're spending much time on the detail of the orders he requested. And clearly we're turning this into a debate about net zero and climate change. And my lords, although the noble Lord Moynihan did acknowledge climate change, I must say that I do think, as Lord Devon said, it's very, very difficult to square what is being said tonight by members of the party opposite, and I suspect by rather a few more of them as the debate ensues, with what the Conservative government did. My lords, after all, it was the Conservative government who legislated for net zero. I know the Lord Redwood didn't vote for it, but in fact it was their responsibility. They did make the agreement, the Paris Agreement. The Sunak government made a bold statement that energy transformation and net zero are among the greatest opportunities facing this country, as indeed I think they are. My lords, we may hear a little bit about North Sea oil and gas, as the party opposite now seems obsessed with that. It's worth pointing out that production in the North Sea between 2010 and 2024 halved under the Conservative government stewardship. And my lords, I just do want to come back to Lord Devon's really pertinent point. Both the noble Lord Moynihan and the noble Lord Redwood have criticised the carbon budgets and the whole net zero approach by the government. But what is the alternative? I mean, it's rare now that members of the Conservative Party say they don't believe in climate change. But it's almost as St. Augustine, O Lord, deliver us from sin, but not yet. We will tackle climate change at some point in the future, but let's carry on with our obsession with oil and gas. Well, on the issue of business, obviously Lord Devon has referred already to the CBI report, but this is one of the most thriving sectors of our economy. In fact, looking at the last year of the Conservative government, it was the one sector that actually gave some growth in the economy. And what they want to do is snap it off, whereas our competitors have seen that the impact of the green net zero economy can be profoundly changing and progressive and give so many opportunities to people. And the CBI report says that the net zero economy now supports 1.1 million full-time equivalent jobs, and they are good jobs, and they're jobs that our young people can go into. On China, my lords, I mean, the international experience, again, we're lectured that for some reason, but by going into a leadership role in relation to decarbonisation, we're letting other countries take great advantage of it. My lords, if you look at the reports of the International Energy Agency, particularly their 2025 report on renewables, there is a huge advance in the use of low-carbon energies globally. And my lords, China is at the moment accounting for 60% of global renewable capacity growth. They're going to meet their targets way years ahead of schedule in 2035, and I agree with Lord Devon. They tend to set conservative targets and then meet them much more quickly. And so to talk about China as if it's carrying on simply with oil, gas and coal is misleading. My lords, on the North Sea, if I can just end on that, North Sea has been a tremendous asset to our country. If only we'd set up a sovereign wealth fund like Norway to invest in our infrastructure, I think we'd be in a much better condition. And the people working there are brilliant people. But, my lords, if you look at the North Sea Transition Authority estimates, they reckon that only around 10% of the basin's historic output could be recovered in the future. Analysis by the University of Oxford Smith School using pre-crisis price data suggests that households powered fully by renewable energy could save up to £441 per year on energy bills. By comparison, maximising North Sea oil and gas extraction was estimated to reduce household costs by around £16 to £82 per year. And as we know, increasing UK production, and it would be a marginal increase in UK production, would not directly reduce prices because, my lords, we don't influence global prices and we buy on the global market. And I would also point out that the Conservative government, over 14 years, they issued many licences in the North Sea for exploration and extraction, but actually it only led to 20 developments, and that, I understand, would produce the equivalent of just 36 days of extra gas. So, my lords, the challenge, it seems to me, for the party opposite is to stop running down the approach, the consensus that we had on net zero, and if they are opposed to it, then come up with some suggestions about how we might go forward.
My Lords, I rise to address the issue of carbon pricing in the UK and its unfortunate consequences for policy making and devastating results for the public purse and the future of our economy. This confusion is embedded in these instruments, and so I speak in support of my noble friend's motion. I refer the House to my register of interests as an owner and developer of wind and solar energy generation projects, and as an owner and developer of forests that target carbon sequestration under the Woodland Carbon Code, as well as growing timber that addresses the UK's structural deficit in construction-grade timber. And I'm also a partially regenerative dairy and beef farmer. My Lords, our carbon pricing in the UK is muddled. UK Woodland Carbon Code units trade at around £30 per tonne. The UK Emissions Trading Scheme is trading at around £55 to £60 per tonne. The government's internal valuation for carbon emissions that it uses in calculating the relative merits of policy and projects ranges from a low case of £130 to a high of £390 for this year, and that rises to £568 in 2050. The average carbon emissions per head in the UK are 9 tonnes per annum, and that includes Scope 2 and Scope 3, so offshore emissions. That can be offset for a total cost of £270 through woodland carbon units, £510 through the emissions trading scheme, and yet the government's cost used for policy implies up to £3,510 per head. The first two figures sound reasonably affordable to me, the third does not sound at all affordable. I believe we're expecting the government to publish an update to this valuation framework alongside this carbon budget order. Could I ask the Noble Lord the Minister first, when is this 5-year review of valuation of greenhouse emissions likely to be published? And secondly, whether he is prepared to look again at the whole basis of how this valuation is done in order to create an environment for better policy making. The argument that this is based on marginal abatement cost is ludicrous. Effectively, the government is using the extortionate cost of some of the technologies it is throwing money at to justify that cost. In Microsoft Excel, this would cause a circular reference error. Net zero can be achieved through pragmatic decision making based on an orderly market where technologies are assessed based on a cost of carbon set by buyers and sellers. Unfortunately, this government is chasing fantasies around green hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, direct air capture, as well as some of the renewable projects coming forward, and these are being justified by this ludicrous carbon pricing. It is leading us to ruin, discredits any efforts to keep atmospheric carbon down, and needs to be reassessed. It takes no heed of affordability for the consumer, who feels cost of living pressures everywhere, and is already providing huge subsidies to renewable energy and grid improvements through their electricity bills, and suffering the tax burden of funding fantastical technologies, when this money really should be spent on our defence. It pays no heed to industry, which is forced to compete with peers that can access considerably cheaper power almost anywhere in the world. As my noble friend has described, this will simply lead to our jobs and industry being taken offshore, and probably gives the best chance of meeting these targets by deindustrialising our economy even further. My noble friend's motion regrets the impact on meat and livestock production and consumption, which I fully support.